You can at least ask.
Good morning. I'd like to start the goal setting work session for Tuesday, September 12th, 2023. We'll start with introductions in the room and then go online. Pat Malone, Benton County Commissioner.
Nancy Wise, Commissioner.
Rick Quicker, Interim County Administrator.
Zano Giroux, Commissioner.
Sarah Siddiqui, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Coordinator, Benton County.
Corey Grogan, Public Information, Benton County.
Erica Milo, Board Reporter.
And joining us online,
Jeff Van Arsdal, Benton County Sheriff.
Good morning, Darren Nichols, Community Development Director.
James Morales, Records and Elections Director.
Amanda Makepeace, Administrative Specialist.
Michael Skipper with CFM Advocates.
welcome. All right. Next up, are there any announcements this morning? Never have any announcements. Next up, review and approve our agenda. There is one change. We are adding potential approval of a CAMI grant that allows the TA to move forward with that process. And I'm going to number that 3.7, which means administrator update is 3.8 and commissioner updates 3.9. Any other changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chairman, just on 3.7, that will essentially be a delegation for the district attorney to sign off on the grant application and submit. So that will be the action that the board will be.
Action item. All right. Hearing no other changes, I'll consider the agenda approved. Next up is a series of discussion topics, starting with 3.1, strategic communications update. Corey Grogan.
Thank you, commissioners, and as always, I appreciate the opportunity to give this update. A lot to run through today. So we had one that's emerging, and I'd like to thank Sarah for joining me. This is regarding a proclamation that we want to read on October 3rd for Hispanic Heritage Month. We've talked quite a bit about the proclamation program, and one thing that I know has been a priority for you all is to find ways to make the proclamations more meaningful. And so Sarah and the health department are leading and coordinating with us to do something for Hispanic Heritage Month that we're hoping that you are supportive of and will participate in, which is we'd like to have a little gathering out in the lobby on October 3rd for our Latinx employees and other employees of Benton County to really honor and celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. And then following that gathering, we'd like to read the proclamation. So our hope is that one of you commissioners or you all three can be there for that gathering and possibly give some comments. Again, just to make it more meaningful and all that. Sarah, take over from there.
Yeah, it's a really good summary. Thank you so much, Corey. I don't have too much to add. There are some pieces that we're working on. The group that's working on this primarily is Corey, myself, Jonavi, Rocio Munoz, and Cynthia De La Torre, who I will also be working with to coordinate refreshments for that morning. Just to give you some more details about what that might look like. We're planning to have folks come around 8:15 a.m., hang out in the lobby, so that way it doesn't get in the way of the setting up for the Board of Commissioners meeting that takes place here at 9 in the morning. Cynthia and I will be bringing the refreshments and drinks. So we will not be relying on our administrative staff because they will be very, very much so tied up that morning with the Board of Commissioners meeting. We're going to invite Casa Latinos Unidos as well for the possibility of reading the proclamation in Spanish. However, that is still a piece that we're working on that's up in the air right now. And again, just to elaborate on what Corey shared, this is an intention to make things more meaningful within the county. We love having proclamations. We love acknowledging and noticing the different heritages that exist within our county. However, we also would like to take that extra step and that next step and really providing an inclusive environment for staff at the county and starting internally first. And so this is a collaborative effort that we've been working on for quite a while and trying to figure out how to make this more meaningful. So thank you, Corey, for your leadership on this. And I also just wanted to make sure I acknowledge the rest of the group who's been supporting this process as well. And so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer and any feedback as well.
What was the date again?
October 3rd.
I'd be happy to be involved with that.
Oh, absolutely.
Wonderful, thank
That's why I'm writing it.
you. Great.
And our plan for that will also be to invite the sheriff and the DA as well.
As well.
Keep going, Corey.
All right, thank you, Sarah, I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
I will head out. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have a couple of things today. We have a strategic communications update and also our Q2 analytics report. So I'll try to run through it pretty quick. First is the communications update. Make sure the clicker is working. I think it is on. I have dreams about this clicker not working.
Yeah.
It does this to me.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay, Eric, you got it. Okay, next slide. All right, so just wanted to follow up. We had a successful advertising campaign for the Benton County Fair and be able to show how well advertising is actually working for us in our analytics report that's after this. We've changed we have ads, just as a reminder, we do Analysis Valley Voice, Willamette News, Corvallis Advocate, and community radio that are ongoing ads and they're affordable. So we've updated those ads to wildfire awareness. Next slide. Community outreach, we obviously had a successful display at the county fair, which you all know about. Next slide. And we have the Fall Festival coming up, which is the 23rd and 24th, I believe, of September. We will have hard copies of the biennial report there. We'll have games and prizes for the kids. We were there last year. Our display was quite popular. We have Game Stage sponsorship this year, and they're doing some different, having some different outreach opportunities, which we're supporting. So we'll just have a great presence there. And also sharing employment opportunities as well. So if you're interested in stopping by our display, I would highly encourage that on Saturday and Sunday. Again, I think it's the 23rd and 24th at the Fall Festival. We'll also be signing folks up for our meetings there, which we had some good success with that last year to try to foster a robust listserv. Next slide. External communications and social media. I'm not going to read through all of those, but I always just list some of the topics that we've covered throughout the month in case you're interested and would like to look at those. Or if you see anything that's left off that list in any given month, please feel free to reach out to me and let me know if there's anything specific that you'd like us to see sharing on social media or other communication channels. Next slide. Reminder that we have our product tracker that we continue to keep updated. That's a good place to go see all of the products that we're putting out through our strategic communications program. Quite proud of the work that we do, and there's a lot of stuff, so that it's good to have awareness of it too. So provide a link in these updates in case you want to go take a look at those products, and just did a screenshot, an example of one of the products that we posted on the website, which is outreach for the financial report. Next slide. We are working several publications. So obviously, you know about the biennial report. We'll have our hard copies for that very soon. And continuing to get that out into the community, so folks can see what we're doing. One that is a really neat project is called the Historical Driving Tour, and there's a past publication for that that's outdated. And from what I understand, there's not a lot of great documentation for some of these historical sites that we want to obviously keep the history alive. And that's a part of what our community development department does. And so we're coordinating to update that publication, getting some new photos and descriptions, finding out what's outdated in the old publication, and also adding some new sites to the new publication. Really excited about it because I think the designer that's working is going to do a great job. So be excited to show you all that. We are also doing a public, yeah.
Is that also going to be available as an audio file?
We haven't discussed that. I mean, what we've discussed is for this one, we would have a print and a digital copy. We'd have different formats that we could share on social media, and we'd also have a screen version of it. So far, not as an audio file. This is the first I've thought about it. I wouldn't say that it's impossible to do that. I mean, it could be a possibility.
Yeah.
It might not even be that expensive. So I will say that we do have some good radio voices that support our program. And do things affordable. So, but you know, at this point, I appreciate you bringing that up.
We could also just do the publication and then put out a survey, response survey, and find out if people would be interested in that.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea, because I suppose if there's a strong enough response, then you know it's worth doing. The other one I'm excited about is the riparian resources, and we're working with community development, Daniel, on that one as well. So that'll be a really nice publication. They have another publication for that that's outdated, that's just showing what folks need to know about the riparian resources. Next slide. We've been doing several plain language trainings, and that's for the website project, but it's also just for our organization in general. State federally, just allows us to communicate with a wider audience, which plays into that.
You didn't mention the biennial report.
Oh, yeah, so it's essentially with that, we've done the outreach on that. We've pushed it out for all our Benton County channels. The plan is to continue to follow up with that, you know, once it has some time to breathe, just so we can have a little bit of redundancy there. But we're also still waiting on the hard copies. And so, but the hard copies will be here prior to the fall festival. So we're going to share those at the fall festival, and I'm also going to get those out to you all, so you have some hard copies, get them to the departments, post them in lobbies at various locations. Because, you know, one thing I'm really focused on is the socialization of that product. We put a lot of effort into it, so we want to get it out in the community so community members can really take a look at some of the things that we're doing.
What I remember of the draft copy, it seemed like attractive and informative. There's always a question of what do you do? And it's a nice summary and talking about the budget. So looking forward to that.
I do have one question there. I know there's a service here in town that does place this kind of material around different locations.
Oh.
And I can't remember the name of the person who does that, but I know that some of our departments have used it. So
Yeah.
they would be able to place, you know, a stack at the Corvallis Public Library, at John Boyce Mercantile, at, you know, the Blodgett store, and it helped to kind of distribute copies a little bit more broadly throughout the community. And in fact, library, I'm sure we could deliver some, and then they could just also send it out to their extension branches.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that, and So let me follow up on
Ask
that.
Johnavie, she may know.
Yeah, because I almost feel like someone told me that service may not be available anymore, but I'd like to look at. But it's also possible that we could do it ourselves or find
Yeah.
someone to do
Yeah.
that. I think that's a really good idea. So I'll follow up on that. At least, the library.
Chamber of Commerce, and that may be the place to find out who does distribution.
Yeah, the visitor center is actually more visited.
Okay. Worst case on that, we can just go hustle. We still have Melanie helping us out, so I'm sure she can support that effort as well. So. We can do that with other publications as well.
Mhm.
But yeah, anyway, the plain language training has been great, and we're working on getting up to speed so we can provide that training ourselves. But again, I have Tom Fuller, who's been gracious enough to help us out. He's a retired media guy, retired ODOT director, and just does a great job with it. So had an opportunity to do some training for the web project, but also just it spans more than that. It's more of our people up to speed with plain language. It's going to improve our communication.
Corey, on those trainings, is all departments participating?
We've had one department that has actually requested the training for their department, so they received the training. For the website project, yes. Yeah, because we're going through the training in phases and each department has liaisons, but it's not everyone from the department, it's just folks who are involved with the project.
Just want to make sure that, because I guess I'm going to put a plug for plain language. I think that this is an important element to our website. We can create the best website in the world, but if what we put in there content wise is very technical and wordy, it's not going to make sense to the public. So I think this is a really important effort that we have folks engaged. So I'm glad to hear that we have all departments, because it's going to be critical when we start to populate the new website.
I appreciate that. Yeah, short sentences, active voice, like we're actually talking, having a conversation with our audience. It helps, and there's almost a science to it, so anybody can learn it. Next slide. I did skip over the media training, and the reason I put that in there is because I would like to consistently offer a media training, which Dave Thompson does a great job helping with that. Offer. Communication planning, our editorial calendar and project list, again, our communication plans, and actually the media policy will finally be officially approved by you all in an upcoming meeting very soon. And so we've kind of gone over some of the changes in our media policy with that. We presented that at the leadership meeting. It went through the staff review, which is part of our policy approval process. Final approval. The comprehensive strategic communications plan. So far we have internal communications. We have our outreach communications plan. And I've actually been waiting for the media relations policy and strategic communication policy to have final approval, and then I'll add that to the, I'll use information from that to develop our media relations plan, which is part of the strategic communication. And eventually we'll also want to have key partner or stakeholder communication plan and a crisis communication. Use one minute. Next slide. Branding is, I'm very pleased to say that the branding work on the Calapooia building is scheduled to begin September 26th. So that's kind of, we've been talking about it for a while now, and it'll be nice to see that. We'll have some branding here in the lobby and then on the front of the building as well. Next slide. The website project continues to move along. training for all the departments, web specialists being hired. That position will provide oversight for the website, support for the departments, and training. And I'm glad that we're hiring that position because I do feel like it's critical for the overall success of the website. There just needs to be that central point, someone who can be full-time to ensure success. Makes it more realistic. Plain language training, mentioned that. And we are working on developing a photo and video archive that will be accessible to folks. And so one of the reasons I wanted to mention that is because for me, just having a real visually appealing website is extremely important. I think what we've been hearing is that the most important thing for a website is that people, when they go there, they want to be able to easily find what they need. That's the practical component. But also, it really helps to just have a visual appealing website as part of it. Tell our story, so folks have a good impression.
Well, I like the archive. I mean, we've got the material. How best to use it and have it available. So, nice coming feature to the new website that's been discussed ever since I've been on the board. So finally getting that across the finish line.
Yeah, well, I love the storytelling aspect of it and product acquisition aspect of it, the photos and videos. It's something that's really important to me. I've learned that from the military public affairs. And it's always, no matter what, it's always a challenge to archive everything. And we actually have a couple projects going out right now. We're getting some photos for that historical driving tour publication. And we're working a project also where we're getting some short video clips of drone footage of significant sites in Bend County. I know we're going to have some really nice imagery. Next slide. That's all for the strategic communications update. However,
Can I ask you just a quick question on accessibility? So on the website work that we're doing, I mean, I know accessibility, there's a high level of standardization that has to be done, and there's types of expectations you have to meet. How's that, will that be the web content specialist responsibility in doing that and in checking? Because I know that you often have to go through and review links and make sure things aren't broken and they're coming across and meeting certain standards. Is that going to be their responsibility?
it's going to be a team effort. So yes, but it's also going to be the responsibility that SAR has been involved with the project since the beginning. So the AI coordinator will be a part of that. Our communication staff will be a part of that. And also IT. Our IT department is very aware of what those standards are. So, but to answer that question, yes, that is something that will be a priority that we've been tracking on. It's one of the prominent questions that we're asking these specialists. So however, how does that position?
I guess have been very familiar with this from the education world and audit. There is a high level of expertise that is needed to do that. Once you learn it, you can get it down. I guess I just really want to emphasize that we need to make sure that we have somebody that understands that stuff, because it's not just something you learn every day. It's a lot of work that needs to be done. So I'm glad to hear that it's part of that interview process.
It is, and one of the things I've kind of been harping on over and over with this is having home style guide or standard operating guidelines. So when we get those processes in place, or those procedures or guidelines, that we can have them documented and have a plan.
Yeah, and I've been hearing about this as well, but from the visually impaired community. And there, again, are standard approaches to follow for any imagery that, so that there's a caption that explains the imagery and if I can push to have it read out loud. And so, yeah, just making sure that we meet the Americans with Disability Act
Yeah.
is definitely of high importance.
Yeah, it's a little bit extra work and a little bit extra thought, but extremely important. I know that's one thing that Jonathan's really good with our communication stuff. One that you mentioned is when we have an image, we're always supposed to have that all the text.
Thank you.
Next slide. Okay, so this is the review of our analytics report. We showed Q1, and I said when we came back with Q2 that we would compare Q2 to Q1. It's mostly good news. There is one part that was a little bit alarming to me, which I'll show you, but having this information allows us to be able to develop our strategy more effectively because we can use these analytics and say, hey, something's working, something's not working. And what we'll be talking about is website, social media, email subscribers, advertising, employee outreach, and more. Next slide. So we put this up here, our core values. And before I get started, actually, I'd like to thank Jonathan. She does an excellent job putting these together and pulling the analytics. So I really appreciate the work that she does. She takes it very seriously and cares about it a lot. So, core values, these are some of the things that when we're creating our communication, we want to have a compass for why we're things that we do. So, and the reasons we do that, to get the right information to the right people at the right time. You're all familiar with the 2040 Thriving Communities initiative, but we're following the vision, mission, and core values. Again, to compass when we develop messaging, communications, obviously health and equity is slide. So first analytics will cover the web traffic and sources. Next slide. As you can see, there's a comparison between Q1 and Q2 here. Overall page views down a little bit. New users up. Visitors, it's pretty consistent. Are there any questions, comments on that one? Next slide.
Corey, I did have a thought going back to something like the Fall Festival. You have that sign up sheet to get on our email list. Trying to think of some encouragement. It's a little bit passive. Here's a list. Are you interested? Well, what do I get out of it? Or some kind of enticement book to get them to sign up, because these days I think a lot of people are kind of hesitant to, no, I get enough emails, thanks. Well, no, this is important. So maybe I'll come up with an idea of an enticement or encouragement to get new people to sign up.
Yeah, we're doing that in our other events, the Frolic and the Fair. We give the adults they can have one of the prizes the kids get if they want one, which is somewhat enticing. But sometimes they like, some of the things. There's some headphones, or there's some other bag. We have our Benton County bags, which looks like. But actually, at the Fall Festival, and it worked. To your point, it worked very well. Last year, we were able to go through Shirt Circuit and get some just Benton County, because they were gray and white, so they're, I think close to $5 t-shirt, very affordable. And so if folks signed up for the listserv, our e-news and other important updates from Benton County, we were able to get them a t-shirt, or they got a t-shirt for one of their children. And so actually a lot of folks were already signed up, and we said, well, if you just go ahead and put your name and email down just in case, list the right thing. We did that with our t-shirts until we ran out. I think last year at the Fall Festival, we were actually able to get around 250 subscribers to listserv stuff.
Okay.
Anyway, so when we talk about our traffic sources, we have our organic searches, direct referral, social, and other. So if you're interested in knowing how those traffic sources come to see our information. Next slide.
One thing on this slide, you have two quarters. And I don't know if it's true here, but sometimes there's the seasonality and there's more interest in the winter. And so might be nice to compare Q1 this year with last year. Especially if you notice some seasonality to page views.
Yeah, I agree with that. That'd probably be actually a better comparison because there might be an ebb and flow
Yeah.
for seasonality purposes.
Yeah. I think of the COVID and at times, I mean, there was a whole lot of interest and then it would decline, and that's nothing on us. It's just people's interest.
Yeah, and we can absolutely do that. So we'll consider that. I think it would make sense to compare similar seasons because we're going to have more traffic in certain times.
I would think so. And instead of saying, well, traffic is down a little bit in the springs, and it's not really the same, but get a more accurate comparison.
Yeah, one thing I'll show you is that our email, our listserv, people who are viewing and interacting with our emails was way down. So that was possibly that could.
But I noticed that the emails that go to my personal account were all in my junk.
That could be an issue as well. Yeah, that would be nice to know if that's happening. Because we use Constant Contact, it's great, we can pull analytics from it, but starting to wonder
Yeah, it said something could be verified.
Oh, it could be a certificate issue.
and also, I mean, there's information overload.
Mhm.
I do it myself, if I'm gonna be honest. There might be emails that I don't want to opt out of and interested, but maybe I just don't have time for them, so more often than not, get past them sometimes.
Is that something we can look in for, Commissioner, to come follow up on? To see if, I don't know if there's a fix in all of that, but is that something you can follow up on?
Absolutely, yeah, I will do that. And we'll try to come up with some solutions.
Thanks.
Okay, next slide. So our traffic by social media has actually gone up, so that's nice to see, especially on Facebook. Next slide. We were also able to pull our top 5 viewed pages, which are pretty consistent now that, well, I should be careful how I say this. COVID was a hot topic. Now, you know, that we're in a lull or whatever's going to happen with that, it's not the hot topic anymore. But the inmate custody list is always up there, and the inmate release list and the property search results. Unless there's something emerging like COVID, then that's pretty consistent.
This has been true as long as I've been around. This top 5 is pretty much the same, other than COVID. But it's also consistent across counties. So
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
Now, I'll say for me, the thing that I'm really dialed into is how can we get more people to our homepage?
Yes.
So that's something that I really want to start working on, especially with the new website. The website as it is now, it doesn't really reflect all that well on us, but with the new website, we're going to be putting a lot of effort and into that, and we want people to see it. Next slide. Social media, next slide. So you can just see some of the statistics here for our social media, which has mostly gone up. Well, we've started some new products, our public podcast, which I did go pull some analytics, and I was a little bit concerned about it, but we're actually doing pretty well with it. There are folks viewing it already, which is nice to see. So we'll continue to do that. We may go from monthly to quarterly on that product, but want to continue to keep that product going.
Mhm.
Different videos that we're doing.
Or is it still pretty normal that Facebook is, I mean, I always think of Facebook as being less popular, but is it still, from a national trend, is it still one of the biggest social media? I always think Twitter is one that seems to be rising more, but.
Twitter is actually kind of hasn't, or X hasn't been rising as much. But it's a little bit different for government organizations, so that's kind of a complicated one to answer. But like for government organizations, Twitter used to be a big one because sometimes you wouldn't have very many people tuning in, but all of a sudden something emerges like an emergency or a hot topic with the media, and then all of a sudden your Twitter account blows up. So that would be important. For government organizations, historically and even now still, like consistently, Facebook does pretty well for government organizations. But our Instagram page is starting to do a little bit better, and that's actually overall in social media. Instagram's a little bit hotter with the younger crowd than Facebook. But it depends on your demographics too, which you'll see our audience is actually a specific audience, and so but that's good to know as well because we want to try to widen our demographic too. So yeah, to answer that question, Facebook still is pretty popular for government social media.
Okay.
But you know, again, we're doing pretty well with our LinkedIn, and our Instagram page we haven't had that as long, and it's growing a little faster than our Facebook page. Instagram's really popular. The tricky part with Instagram is just finding content that is really going to be visually appealing. Next slide. So this is our audience. Next slide. As you can see, we're doing pretty well with growth. Shows our follower growth this quarter compared to last quarter. And so our followers per channel have been going up, but unfortunately, as you'll see on Twitter, they've actually been going down a little bit. And I suspect that may have something to do with the fact that some folks that have used Twitter in the past are looking at alternate platforms nowadays. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
It's very interesting to me to see that Nextdoor has more followers than any of the other social media, but in terms of engagement, the engagement rate on the previous slide is much higher on Facebook. And so I think Nextdoor is a little bit like Twitter, in that when there's an issue that blows up, we get a ton of engagement, and then it gets really quiet.
Absolutely.
It's episodic.
And it makes sense because people are on Nextdoor to find out what's going on in their neighborhood. Yeah. You know, so, but yeah, no, that's absolutely true though, that yeah, it's just, you know, if it's not something that's a little bit more controversial on Nextdoor, we're not going to typically not gonna have a lot of engagement. But the great thing about Nextdoor is that we can target specific neighborhoods, and we always know that we're going to reach that audience.
Yeah.
So, next slide. Next slide. So now we get into the follower demographics, which we were talking about earlier, which is actually very interesting. I love the fact that we can break it down by geo location. So as you'll see, obviously, Corvallis is the highest percentage. Folks are, North Albany is second. Well, then you'll see that as you go to the bottom of that, that 75.6% of our followers on Facebook are women, and even higher on Instagram. Facebook, 35 to 44 is the top demographic. However, 25 to 34 and 45 to 54 and even 55 plus are all pretty close within that percentage range. And then Instagram is somewhat similar demographic. So that was interesting to see. So that's one, you know, and there may not be a lot we can do about that, but there may be, so we want to try to again see if we can get a wider demographic. Next page. Just some top and bottom social content. And one of the reasons we want to show this is because when we see that posts are performing well, obviously we know that consistent account posts are performing well. Next slide. Those are some of our top performing posts on Facebook. A lot of times road work and road closures will do pretty well. Construction activities. Next slide. Some of our lower performing posts. And then we can also see, you know, if there's a theme, like if we're creating our own graphics and they're not doing well compared to post a photo.
Mhm.
Next slide. Our videos and our GIFs or GIFs tend to do well. And typically, historically, on social media channels, when you embed a video organically, it has done better from a standpoint. Try to do that when possible. Next slide. Some of our lower performing GIFs and videos on Facebook. Next slide. Instagram top content. Interesting to see that one of those was just a share from one of our media partners, which is something that we don't do that often. But that's another example, so we may want to do that. It's easier for us to do if it's decent reach engagement. It's worth doing that. What's our Instagram bottom content. Unfortunately, our newsletter hasn't been doing well there, but we would still, that's one where we would still continue to share. Next slide. Our LinkedIn channel has been steadily growing, and I suspect that's just because we've been consistently posting content there, and so that's good to see. Next slide. Bottom content, next slide. Those that we did on LinkedIn, that's pretty good. But next slide. And then Linktree, we threw this one in here. It's another social media channel, not as well known. A lot of Instagram users appreciate us using Linktree because you can't hyper link in LinkedIn, and this is a way to do that. It's also a social media platform where you can share links through all your channels in one place. So if someone wanted to go and just see all of our social media content in one place, they could go to Linktree. Next slide. Nextdoor top content. Next slide. Nextdoor bottom content. So the good thing about Nextdoor is even the bottom content has a pretty solid reach. Next slide. This is Twitter and X content. And next slide. And those drone shots were actually attached to another post that was on the previous slide that was one of our top content. So that's actually pretty good. They were all in the same post. Next slide. YouTube videos. So I think anytime for a government organization, when we get over 1,000 views on a YouTube video, that's actually pretty good. So I was happy to see that. And then it was really nice to see that our podcast episode 1 had quite a few views. So next slide. These are our bottom YouTube videos, still fairly decent, over 200. So our videos are doing pretty well. So that shows us that it's probably a good idea to continue to make videos and post videos. To tell our story. Next slide. This is just a glossary. We have reach and impressions, which are important, but engagement is the key factor, and engagement compared to reach and impressions is always very low. So what we do is we measure that against the industry standard, which is typically I think 1 to 3%. Next slide. Email subscribers. Next slide. This was a part that was a little alarming for me. Not exactly sure what's going on, if it's user fatigue or if we need to evaluate our content. But it looks like our open rate is down a lot from one quarter, and our engagement rate's down a little bit. But even with our employees, we're not getting a huge open rate, and we sent a little bit more, about the same as last quarter. So you see those 82,000 compared to 89,000. That's just the total that it was sent to, and we have 12,000 people on our listserv, and each time we send that, we're very careful. We don't want to oversaturate our audience.
Mhm.
But yeah, it appears that there is some user fatigue. Do you want to look at ways that we can evaluate our content as well? I go and I open suggestions too, because I go through our newsletter. It looks pretty good to me from a content standpoint, but and it just may be the nature of things too. So continue to evaluate.
This is where Pat's comment before about seasonality is important. I think looking at summer
Yeah,
in general, I think we'd probably see that there's lower uptake.
yeah, I'd be real curious.
The other thing, and I don't know how far back you're comparing, but COVID has kind of messed up every aspect of doing business. And if that's in there as far as numbers of people paying attention,
Yeah.
somehow try to factor that out, or I mean, I've seen a lot of comparisons, skipping 2020, 2021, going back to 2019 and 2023, and having that be the comparison.
Yeah, from a strategic communications reach and engagement standpoint, absolutely, because those numbers will skyrocket for government organizations.
Yep.
Yeah, looking at I was working at OHA during the pandemic when I was with OEM. Wow, I saw some of their
And it just skews any kind of comparison.
Yeah. And it's also a good thing to know, this is something we always talk about too, is taking advantage of those opportunities, because you gain new followers. So what can you do to keep them on?
And you're gonna lose certain percentages because they were there because of COVID information.
Yeah, so from that standpoint, actually, then that's a good thing to know too, is I've noticed we haven't had a lot of folks dropping off our list. So we don't have a lot of folks opening the emails and reading them, but they're not opting out. So that's
Well, and probably waiting, I heard something about a flood. What's going on there? You know, waiting for something they're really interested in.
Yeah,
They know hopefully they know this is a good source of information and kind of keeping it in the background because there's nothing urgent on there.
yeah, so that's definitely the hope. Yeah, that's a great way to put it too. We do need to be critical. Next slide. Greenvelope has been a great tool for us. I thought we mentioned that is how we invite folks to events that we do. And overall, I've been happy with how it's worked out for us. Some examples, the open house, 82 said they were attending from Greenvelope. Crisis Center groundbreaking, 47 said they were attending, and 70 for the county administrative finals. Typically, we might send that invite to select group, like 200 or 300 people. So overall, folks are reading that and opening it, open rate of 44%, which again may not seem high, but for email. So continue to use that tool. Next slide. And advertising, this one is showing that the amount that we're spending on advertising is paying, I believe, really large dividends for us. Next slide. So here you can see the total ads that we shared was only, and those are different campaigns, different types of ads. Was 12 for print and digital, 4 for radio, and 3 for TV. We're hiring fair, wildfire. You can see some of the places that we've been advertising. Times, Folk News, and different radio stations. And television, and eventually cable will do something. Next slide. So you can see that with our print and digital ads, we had a total reach of 481,000 for a total investment of 9,800. Which is good, but then we go and look at the specific places where we spent money as well, and we can see what the reach is for each one. So for the Corvallis, or for the Mid-Valley Media, which is the Gazette Times, and Amplified Media, which is the Gazette Times print and online, but also their targeted media that they do. So targeting folks on cell phone apps, websites. Those are just ads that will pop up on the computer or your cell phone. That's what we've spent there. Or you can see the impressions there, 115,000. Compared to what we spent on the rest, which was what I was looking at. So,
Corey, I remember talking to you about, I think it was specifically the GT. We have some kind of contract with them. In addition to this, for
it's
like our budget that we have to publish, or
yeah, and it's important to notice that to note that we do have a contract with them that states what we'll spend for ads specifically, but that has to do with our public notices, which are required. We have certain public notices that we have to post, and so we work with GT on that.
and this 8,200 is in addition to that contract.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. This doesn't have anything to do. This is just for our paid advertising. Next slide. It's an example of some of our ads that we put together. We did, one of the things that we noticed was for our advisory boards, I think this is on one of the slides, we did get some applications from our ads. So that was really nice to see. county administrator and employment opportunities, that's another good thing. That's what we can always say, get information from Benton County, we're hiring. You can always run those types of ads. For that right now, to URI. Next slide. Radio, we have 338,000 listeners for a total investment of 2,200. And we did a we're hiring fentanyl awareness, and the county administrator one was actually part of the we're hiring ad. It was just the feature. Benton County is hiring for a new county administrator to learn more about other career opportunities. And as you can see, it's pretty, for $2,200, that's a pretty good number of listeners. The next slide. And now TV for 3,600, we had total views of 1 million on TV. So that's a great reach. And we did a Benton area transportation ad. We're hiring and awareness. So that's a great number of views for the total investment. Of course, some folks are going to be seeing the ad multiple times. Next slide. And more some more television ads. Next slide. So now we have our final slide, which is the advertising return on investment, and that number there at the bottom is one that I'm looking at, which is 15,679 for almost 2 million combined reach. So really, for the overall reach, it's a great investment, and we just want to think about how we can best focus on ads. With the departments. Have great coordination with the health department, for instance, which is extremely partner up on that one.
Well, and what little I know about advertising, I know repetition is important. And I think even if it's a different topic, just Benton County is doing this. This is what you should be aware of. And so like the message could change, but just that, Benton County's active, or I've seen their ad before, they must be one operation. So is the intent to regularly do these kind of ads?
It absolutely is. I'm glad you brought that up, because I find the branding aspect of it is extremely important, because that's a way for us to consistently be out in the community to show the good work that we're doing with our logo attached to it. Those deposits of goodwill really pay dividends.
Well, it goes back to my comment on the biennial report is, I didn't know you did all this, or the health department was county responsibility. So I think this is an important effort to connect with our community on a regular basis.
Yeah, because you never know how someone's going to get their impression, or even their first impression of the county. It could be an ad on KPI, or it could be on the site, or it could be from their friend who's telling them about something that they don't like.
I think it was our board meeting last week, and pretty substantial meeting about budgets and priorities, and I don't think the GT was here. So just the media environment that we're in, it's a struggle to get information out.
Yeah, but I would also say, it's extremely important to foster positive relationships with our media partners, and for the most part, we've had some great relationships with most of our partners.
Sure.
That's something I'll continue to really.
But it shows we can't just rely on one media outlet to get the word out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spread the love around and I appreciate the tracking and put something out. What kind of response are we getting?
Absolutely. Appreciate that.
It's particularly interesting to note that the Philomath News has almost as much reach as the Gazette Times.
Yeah, I mean, they have a really strong community base.
Yes.
And the folks there, that might be the only place where they can get certain information about sports in their community
Mhm.
or other topics that they really, really care about. So they rally up behind that resource.
Corey, what kind of, you mentioned working with the individual departments. And what kind of, so I think obviously in terms of investments and things that we're doing, but all the good stuff in, the crisis center obviously was going to be taking off. Hopefully we'll be advertising or showing that a little bit and letting the community know what's going on. But in addition, I think a lot of the public works projects that we don't always hear about, and think about the sheep farm and the access road and all the various other investments. How much play do you get with those kind of projects and topics? It just seems like there's a lot out there to share.
Well, they get public notices sometimes. So that's a good way actually, for us to kind of, since we're already spending money on it, it is some advertising just to let the public know if something's going on. And we've been coordinating with Public Works to get information out through our other channels, but honestly, we haven't done a lot of advertising in that way. So it's something that I think we should consider. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of good stuff out there, and beyond just like the public notice, I'm talking about the real stuff on the ground that's happening in the community and making folks aware of a lot of great investments that are going to be going forward. And you're going to see obviously even more over the next several years. So it just seems like a good opportunity to keep the community informed. It is. I think there's some creative ways that we could develop those ads as well.
I've talked to you a little bit about the Creek evacuation route. We've been talking about a long time, and people say, "Oh, they're never going to." It's just talk. Well, it's not. It's being built as we speak. Hopefully, finished sometime mid-October. And like I talked to you, we ought to have some kind of celebration that it's done. It's real investment. And along those lines, I think the schedule now for actual groundbreaking on the Crisis Center is September 25th. That must be the week of September 25th. So a couple of weeks from now, equipment and after having that fence up and sign up for quite a while, and people start wondering what happened. There was talk, and I don't see anything. So that one's pretty easy because it's downtown, and a lot of people see for themselves. Oh, yep, they're going.
Yeah. I mean, I love highlighting any of our operational stuff where you can see a direct result of something positive, especially projects where I might not otherwise know.
Yep.
Slide. It's worth mentioning here because there's no way to really gather the reach. There are some programs, but they're really expensive. And I feel that they're somewhat subjective anyway. There's one called TV Guides. But earned media is extremely important because these are all a direct result of information that we shared with our media partners that were posted in various publications. So this is information we want to get out there and that's have an impact. Next slide, that was just for April. These are some examples for May. some of the earned media that we received. And next slide. These are some examples from June. And we do periodically have been putting out media reports as well. Started sending those to you all as well as the direct department directors. Base that on, if there's enough relevant information to justify.
You can see the difference between even earned media between April, May and June. So it's
Yeah.
interesting to see that
Yeah.
summer lull.
Next slide. And that's all. I think I probably went over my time on that one. I've been trying not to do that. I had a feeling it was going to happen today.
Well, just for accuracy, I mean, I put down, you need to, or we'll have a chat, but at least 45 minutes. Get us in the ballpark as far as accuracy.
And it depends on what we have going on to the quarter analytics report, I think. Probably definitely for that. Or just analytics.
No, it's good information. There's a lot going on, so I appreciate getting that information.
I greatly appreciate the support, and I think it's important for awareness. So it's a good opportunity for me to be able to share this information as well.
Next up is a 45-minute, or scheduled for 45-minute federal legislative debrief. Do we want to take a short break?
And Michael and I will work on trying to get you a little caught up. I mean, we certainly want to have a good discussion with you, but we'll also be mindful of your time and your agenda to try to get you back on this.
Well, don't do anything drastic. So, get back to 10:15.
Hi, Michael.
Hey there.
Just taking a quick 5-minute and then.
Welcome back to our goal setting meeting, and next up item 3.2 federal legislative debrief, and I think Rick Prager will lead that off and have Michael Skipper join us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just wanted to bring a quick federal legislative debrief back to you, just as a reminder. CFM is our contractor that we hired last fall, both from a state and federal standpoint. And so Michael Skipper is going to do a little bit of a debrief here with a presentation, but we want this to be more discussional because part of this is thinking about next year. We'll wrap up a little bit of our success from 2024, but we're already probably starting to need to think about 2025, particularly as it relates to earmarks going into the spring. So, but with that, I think I'll turn it over to Michael to give him an opportunity to give you, again, a little summary of our success from this last go round. I guess I first just want to thank him for all of his efforts. He's really been just a great partner to work with, very available to me as well as all of the department heads. So he's going to talk about the earmarks, but also some of the great work he's doing on other applications that we're currently trying to pursue, particularly around transportation. So that, Michael, I'll turn it to you.
Thanks, Rick, and good morning, commissioners. Sorry I can't be there in person, but it's good to see you all, and thanks for carving out time for me today. Like Rick said, I'll keep the presentation portion brief, but feel free to interrupt me at any time. I'd also be very interested in hearing any feedback you have on this year, as well as your thoughts on what we should be considering and prioritizing for the 2024 federal agenda as we begin working on that. So if we could just go to the next slide. Today, I will primarily be providing an update on your 2023 federal agenda and some of the recent successes we've had. I'll also talk about where the FY 2024 appropriations process stands, and as well as some of the next steps I have in mind as we begin preparing for 2024. So next slide. So in terms of your 2023 federal agenda, Benton County has had an incredibly successful year so far. Thanks in no small part to the great work of the board and Rick, as well as all the department heads and other county staff. As a reminder, we began crafting the county's 2023 federal agenda back in December, meeting with the board and department heads to brainstorm and prioritize projects that align politically and practically with federal funding streams, as well as the interests and priorities of your congressional delegation. So working with your team, we eventually submitted 7 different congressionally directed spending or earmark requests to the congressional delegation. It looks like 6 there, but we had to, because of the eligibility, we had to separate out the rural water and wastewater into 2 different projects. So since then, we submitted those in late March. Since then, we've been advocating for your projects at every step of the way, both in DC with members and their staff, as well as district staff back in Benton County, including with some very timely help from the commissioners and their trip to DC to personally advocate for the county's priorities with the congressional delegation and federal agencies. And I am thrilled to say that we have secured 3 of your 7 projects in the draft fiscal year 2024 spending bills, totaling more than $3 million. That includes $1.16 million for rural sewer infrastructure improvements, $1 million to rebuild the Monroe Health Center, and $963,000 for public safety radio infrastructure. I do want to stress congressionally directed spending is incredibly competitive. Your projects must make it through several stages of vetting and prioritization by your congressional delegation, as well as the House and Senate Appropriations Committees. House members can only submit 15 projects from their district to the committee, and senators receive hundreds of requests throughout the state and are only able to secure funding for a fraction of them. So, I mean, for example, your rural sewer request was one of just 7 sewer projects selected in the entire state of Oregon in the draft spending bills, the draft Senate spending bill this year. So it's hard to get 1 earmark in a given year. So getting 3 of your top priorities included in draft legislation is a really, really big accomplishment. Now, we didn't get the wetland boardwalk and the fairgrounds exhibit hall. We also submitted a small request for Southwest 53rd just to get the design ready, but we knew those projects were going to be the hardest lift. We had to submit them under the 2 most competitive funding accounts. And at the end of the day, there was just too much competition and not that much money. The transportation projects in particular, in the Senate bill, there were just 3 transportation projects in the entire state. And I'm sure they received well over 200 requests under that account. So it's just extremely competitive. And we knew that going in. That's why we really focused our advocacy efforts on the 3 that we did secure. In addition to earmarks, we also recently submitted a $19.6 million grant request through the U.S. Department of Transportation's Rural Surface Transportation Program. We will also be submitting a similar request through USDOT's RAISE program when that opens later this year for Southwest 53rd. Next slide. So while this is all really good news, I do want to stress that the funding is not final yet for these earmark projects. You've made it to the final stage, but and your projects are included in the draft spending legislation in both the Senate and the House, but we still need Congress to resolve spending disputes and pass the final legislation for FY 2024. The current fiscal year ends September 30th, and Congress just returned this week from the August recess with less than 2 weeks of scheduled working days to resolve a pretty significant impasse over funding levels. There's going to be a lot of movement and news this week on this topic. There's probably some news happening right now with Congress back in DC and everybody getting in front of reporters. So I'm hesitant to predict how it's going to turn out. I'd rather just wait a few hours and let you know. But the crux of the issue is that Senate appropriators and House appropriators are about $70 billion apart on FY 2024 top line spending levels, as well as a myriad of different policy differences as well. But the funding levels are the big hiccup. And what it stems from, if you'll recall, earlier this year, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy reached a deal on the debt ceiling. In that deal, they also agreed upon top line spending levels for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025. The Senate is essentially marking up their bills to those top line levels. The House is essentially saying those levels in the agreement were a ceiling, not a floor. So they are marking up their bills to a much lower level than the Senate. So what that means is Congress is not going to pass the final spending bills by September 30th, and some sort of short-term extension is going to be required. This could be preceded by a government shutdown, but I expect them to land on an extension until November or December, which will give House and Senate negotiators more time to come to an agreement. And this isn't particularly rare. It's actually become more of the norm in over the past several years that negotiators agree on some sort of short-term continuing resolution, and they end up passing the final bills in December. And if all goes well, Congress will pass the final spending legislation with your 3 projects included before Christmas, and then we can start the process in getting that funding from federal agencies and initiating some of that work. Next slide. And so while we're watching Congress and they're working on final appropriations, we're going to keep working on securing funding for your priorities. That includes writing and submitting grant applications. Grants are unlike earmarks in that individual grant programs open at different times throughout the year. So we expect to submit at least one more grant application for Southwest 53rd, as well as possible applications for the historic courthouse, rural water infrastructure, and more, depending on which programs open and when. It's not uncommon for us, especially with all the significant legislation passed over the past few years that created a bunch of new grant programs at the federal level. It's not uncommon for one to come out and we have a discussion about it and realize there's a new project that isn't on your federal agenda that we can apply for. So that's what we're going to be working on the next few months. And we also want to start working on the 2024 federal agenda, which is sort of just formally beginning with this meeting. I'll be in Oregon next month, and we'll be meeting with department heads and staff to evaluate how and why we were successful this year and develop a new targeted list of projects to serve as your federal agenda. And of course, with that in hand, we'll start briefing the congressional delegation on your 2024 priorities and laying the groundwork for more grant and earmark requests early next year. And next slide. And that's the final slide. So that's all I have for you today. Like I said, I'm thrilled with the success we've had together so far, and very interested in hearing your thoughts about 2023 and moving forward to 2024.
And before the commissioners, just a kind of a couple real quick things. Michael mentioned that he will be here in October. So we have already got a slate of meetings set up with department heads, because last year, you might remember, we were kind of quick. We brought everybody together at once. This time we want to be a little more intentional and really provide time for various departments to spend with Michael and think about what are some of the areas that we want to try to approach. And we also have that set up, and Rachel's going to be here too, so she'll have an opportunity to interact with Michael and provide some of her own thoughts around that, because I know she has obviously experience from the federal standpoint. So
hi, Michael. It's Rachel. I'm here. I'm on.
Hi, Rachel.
How are you?
Good.
I had a little eye surgery, so I'm off camera, but I'm really looking forward to working with you, Michael.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting you.
And then if you wouldn't mind, just real quick, on the slide related to the 2 projects, well, there's more than 2, but our other priorities around the fairgrounds and particularly the Jackson Fraser boardwalk. Can you speak a little bit to those? Because I know we're much limited in terms of the resource opportunities, but I know that that's a priority important to the board here, and like to hear your thoughts about not only earmarks, but other applications that we might be thinking about. We're also, of course, talking about from a state standpoint, because we have a short session coming up in 2024, that there could be opportunities. But we really love, any thoughts that you have about those ones that we didn't get and how we might do better in the future, or maybe look at different types of opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah, and they're two great projects. There are two projects that I would actually encourage the county to resubmit through the earmark process next year. The Jackson Fraser Wetland Boardwalk project in particular is it's a perfect earmark project. It's unfortunately for these small transportation requests, I think we were only asking for 800,000 or $1 million. There's not really grant programs at the federal level to fund projects like that. US DOT, typically they have, $5 million minimum requests in their grant programs, and they're looking for big $20-25 million projects for the most part, but it's tailor-made for the earmark program. And like I said, on the Senate side, the transportation account is just so competitive. It's really just luck of the draw and just a matter of prioritization and how hard we want to push for it. I definitely think it's a really good earmark project, and it will be successful. It can be successful. It just is a matter of prioritization and how hard we want to push for it. The Fairgrounds Exhibit Hall is tough because there's not really a grant program that aligns perfectly for it. There are some we can explore. And the other thing is the cost is pretty high for an earmark. We wanted to go after $5 million, and really the informal maximum for earmark projects is around $3 million. There are some above it, but again, I don't think there's any particular reason we weren't successful for those projects. We can work on beefing up the application and work on prioritizing them more and familiarizing the delegation with it. But I think that the reality is you're not going to get all your projects in 1 year. So, but those two in particular are definitely worth resubmitting again and they can be successful at the federal level.
Those are both projects I'd be interested in seeing included again, for sure. And I think that we need to think when it comes to the fairgrounds about how we pitch it. We have a good plan for the fairgrounds in terms of the facilities master plan, but I think we also need to think about what it means to the community overall, and think about the fairgrounds as that meeting place between the urban and the rural, and to really use it on an ongoing basis and not being so fair focused. So I think that it's going to take work from the Fair Board and from staff in the community to really come up with that vision that's compelling enough to grab the interest of our federal legislators so that they can get behind it, especially since there isn't a designated grant program. But the other things that are not on the list and that we've been talking a lot about are the facilities needs we have for children and families' behavioral health. And I don't know whether there are, any kind of programs in that arena. Our real strong desire for a homelessness navigation center. And that one is, we're just having trouble getting the first dollars in. And I think that once we do, and once there's an actual property, that one will roll. But it's a really important project. The historic courthouse that you mentioned, I know that those grants are extremely competitive and that they tend to be narrowly defined in terms of what qualifies. And we're not kind of nationally significant historic resource, which makes it harder to compete in some of those rounds, and would don't matter to a specific ethnic group or a specific sub-community. And a lot of the grants are also oriented to honoring different people. And so that one's challenging. And I think more than anything else, we need help there in terms of strategizing how to address that need. And one of the last things that I want to mention is that, and this is not a facilities need so much, not directly, but is the housing and urban development and vouchers, housing vouchers. I don't think that we've had an increase in the number of housing vouchers allocated to the Lynn Benton Housing Authority for a while. And that might be another area of assistance, although it's also very challenging because the number of rental properties available for those vouchers is a limiting factor. But there's a HUD kind of a more policy thing that I think we could talk about that might help ease that bottleneck.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be that's the first I'm hearing about the HUD issue, and I'd be really interested in exploring that more and setting up some some conversations with HUD about that as well, once we get a better grasp. But I think that's definitely a potential policy item we should include on the 2024 federal agenda. On the other three kind of ideas or projects you mentioned, those three are actually already on my radar, and really excited about finding ways we can try and get federal funding for them, particularly the Navigation Center. I think the delegation is going to be really interested in supporting this project. And I think there's a couple of different ways we can go after it through grant programs as well as through the earmark process. And the historic courthouse too, Rick and I have talked about recently. There is really at the federal level for these historic sites, there's one federal grant program, the Save America's Treasures grant program. It's a great opportunity for you, but the grant program itself limits awards to $750,000, which is not really close to enough to what you need. The good thing though is that the Senate Appropriations Committee did make that an eligible earmark account. And I was looking through the projects that were awarded in it, and all of the awards, I think, were more than that $750,000 limit through the grant program. So that's a potential thing we can discuss the strategy on how we go about securing more than that 750,000. But I think going through the earmark process is a really good way to get a larger chunk of money out of that program for the courthouse, particularly because the account is only eligible for those historic properties. So there's a lot less competition as well.
That's great. The other thing I've been wondering about is whether there are any federal dollars for seismic retrofit, because that's the most expensive element of what we need to do with the historic house.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. There's a couple different avenues we can go on that, and maybe we can piece together through 2 or 3 different programs and agencies a good sum of money for that project.
Well, I'm remembering a nice tour last February, and really appreciate your efforts in guiding us around the Capitol and being really successful on 3 projects that are critical. So I feel good about the current year, and hope Congress can figure out how to pass a budget, and it seems like that should be their job, but
I think.
And I'm glad they're coming out next month, so give us a little more time to mull over some of these, but I would second the notion of trying to make some progress on the courthouse. That we get a lot of questions. We're doing a fair amount of building a new courthouse, DA's office, emergency operations center, going forward, and get asked, well, what about the old courthouse? And it's a real challenge. We will keep it. We're trying to, I think we just put money in the budget for a new roof, and trying to maintain it, but it needs significant dollars, and at least so far, no great idea on funding source. But on the relatively, you mentioned the 750,000 limit, or maybe that's it could be more than that. Rick, is that something we can, if we get that grant, we could do some preliminary design work, or get us off the 9 to,
Yeah, I mean, I think I think what we really need to do is be thoughtful in terms of the planning and, obviously we know that from the courthouse standpoint, the seismic piece is going to be extremely expensive, but how do we start to kind of piece that together from a planning stage? And I think that's the conversations that we'll want to have with Michael when he comes in to think about, what's the best way to approach this, as well as, some of the other priorities that you mentioned. But yeah, I think that one, especially with knowing that there's probably a longer long-term plan associated with that, we're going to need to figure out how to take incremental steps.
I guess my thought would be, it'd be, I think, wise for us to get the courthouse on the list and like on whether it's grants or earmarks, you never get your whole list, but you get some taken care of. Hopefully you check those off and then move up other projects. And I'm glad to hear some kind of positive comments on the Jackson Fraser boardwalk, that there's been significant fundraising done already. So this, I think, it'd be accurate to call it a matching grant or put us over the finish line, not grant, but earmark or congressional directed spending. CDS, well,
You got
that. But and again, it was on last year's list, and I think should move up. But appreciate your efforts and on the transportation grants. I think appreciate your involvement in that and direction. In theory, we know there's significant funding out there, but we've been, in some ways, haven't been in the game, and so appreciate your guidance and being able to help us move the 53rd Street project. The reason that we've been talking about it for 20 or 30 years is, well, it was expensive and still expensive and getting more expensive as we keep talking about it and haven't made much progress. But, that's what I have.
So I will second everything that the other commissioners have said. And Michael, thank you once again for your help in Washington, DC. That took a lot of stress out of it. And it was a good opportunity and it turned out well. Thank you for all your work. I will say that high on my list is the Children and Families remodel and the Navigation Center. We've heard from our constituents that homelessness is one of their, if not the top concern and priority in Benton County. And so that is therefore a high priority for myself. One thing I wanted to mention, Rick, I think it was at our last meeting, you mentioned the fact that Benton County is looking at, I think, over $90 million worth of projects at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure that we remember that as we move forward, that we, part of being successful at these is actually being able to get the work done here at home, so.
Well said. So thank you. And Commissioner Wise, you're absolutely correct. I mean, obviously we have to be very thoughtful about what our lift is. And one question, Michael, and I'm sure we can talk more about it, but on the Navigation Center, I am curious about your thoughts in terms of how that's pursued. Is that pursued? Because I know we talked about this could be actually an application that we support from afar, as opposed to us being the direct applicant, that it could actually come from a service provider or a particular organization. So I know we talked a little bit about that, but that would be I guess just wondering from you, is there a better strategy? You know, sometimes maybe it looks better coming from a nonprofit type
Yes.
of organization versus it coming from a governmental organization.
Yeah, totally. I think it can work either way, but I think you're right. If it's coming from a nonprofit organization, it helps in that it doesn't get lost in the middle of your projects, I think. When it's just one nonprofit organization submitting this one request that the county supports, it helps it stand out a little more. And I think it would help in that way. But I think it's perfectly competitive being submitted by the county as well. So I'd be open to either way, whichever makes the most sense, but there is a little advantage in having the nonprofit submit the application.
I just raised that in light of Commissioner Wise's comment about how do we be thoughtful about, okay, this is a lot of stuff we're doing, but how do we spread it out a little bit where we still move forward with our goals, but at the same time recognize that, you know, we only have so much bandwidth. And so that might be a good strategy to think about.
Sure, and I would just encourage us also to leverage our partnership with the city of Corvallis,
Yeah.
who has set aside some money for this. You know, it would be an asset for the whole community. And I'm sure they would, you know, like to at least follow along or be involved with at some level.
I think that's a great suggestion. And I think that suggestion applies equally to the Jackson Fraser Boardwalk because there are so many partners out there in that work with Owens Farm and Jackson Fraser natural area together, that we need to leverage all of our nonprofit partners as well when we move to elevate that particular priority in the eyes of our delegation.
Yeah, and the boardwalk is also high on my list. You know, it was well received, I would say, when Commissioner Malone and I were sharing our stories and our asks in Washington, DC. Every single person we met with said, oh, interesting, okay. So fingers crossed for the future.
Absolutely.
I guess my other thought is on projects is how CDSs or probably not grants, but just the timing. This is a relatively slow process. What's the timing on a particular project as far as getting moving, and does the earmark process fit in? So I think we have some things to chat with you when you're here in October.
Yep.
These are our priorities, and then I get some notion of where that is this a new project? Is this something that's fairly close to breaking ground? And so I think that should be part of our strategic discussion.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you're right. It is a slow process. And just to give you kind of a general timeline, we submitted these in late March. If Congress passes them in December, you're likely looking at getting the funding in May, June of next year. So it is kind of it's over a year from start to finish before you actually receive the funding.
Okay. Well, instead of being real theoretical, no, this is a good project and this might fit. Just
Yep.
add the timing. How does the timing feature work? I think we've got a $1 million from, I think, Wyden's office on the Emergency Operations Center. And well, that one, we need to have that one committed by next May. So kind of getting into the practical parts of what's the construction like, timetable and funding, make sure what we're asking for fits the schedule. Okay, any other Questions?
Look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you very much for what all CFM has been able to help us do this year.
It's nice to see you on the screen, and it'll be even better to see you in person in a few weeks.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing you all in person. It's been too long.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next up, 3.3, collaborative permitting project, Darren Nichols.
So, Commissioner, I'll go ahead and kind of tee this up a little bit. And obviously, as I said, we want this to be a discussional item. And thanks, Darren and Shannon, for being here. So just as a reminder, this, you might recall in the 23-25 budget process, we had obviously a lot of requests that came through, a lot of really good requests and some that we were not able to fully fund. One of the larger requests we had coming from community development was in relation to multiple pieces, but in relation to a permitting system, but permitting system from the standpoint of, community development, but the package itself was much more robust. It was much more thoughtful in terms of how do we think about permitting across the county? Let's not just look at one department. We often know how that happens. Sometimes we, move forward with various systems, and how do we look at more interconnectivity? So that was the proposal. Unfortunately, like I said, there's never enough resources to be able to do everything. But what we did want to do was make $100,000 investment, specifically around what I call kind of more of the pre-planning approach to this. And we really felt it was appropriate for that to be sponsored from the Board of Commissioners office, because this is really, again, while certainly it came through the Community Development Department, it is proposed to look at permitting across all department lines, and how do we make really thoughtful investments going forward. So a lot of appreciation for Darren and Shannon for the work they did in bringing that forward. But we're at a point now where obviously you made that approval, and we want to begin that process. And part of this is likely to materialize into a contract for service, probably a facilitated contract. But again, really important to get all those departments together so that we can really have good, as I always like to say, robust discussions to be able to make the best decisions for the county. So again, we want this to be discussional, but I'm going to turn it to Darren and Shannon to provide any additional things that I likely missed. But I just wanted to set that up from the standpoint of why we're here today.
Yeah.
So,
thank you, Rick.
you bet.
And thank you, commissioners, for taking the leadership in making this investment. I think it's really important that it come from Benton County, not from community development. So we're going to spend a little bit of time kind of teeing this up, certainly from community development's perspective, but I'll try to be clear what's just from our department perspective, but yet the full context and why it really matters that it's a Benton County-wide effort. And thank you, Rick, for helping tee this up and also think through the early kind of budget development piece of this. It was very helpful. So thank you for that. The way that we envision this from the start, and kind of the way we describe the budget package, I think is helpful. It's instructive in that we were asking for an investment in a package, a permitting package that would be across departments, but would provide consistent outcomes and consistent access to high quality information, both for Benton County and also for Benton County residents. And I think there's a transparency piece that I will try to pick up on as we go through. So just to kind of frame this up, we mentioned various software programs. Those include the state e-permitting system, Laserfish, Helion, Permits Plus, Wintegrate, our drives, our G Drive, H Drive, S Drive system, email, paper, EagleView, Ascend ProVal, Tyler, Munis, Enterprise Asset Management, Teams, ArcPro, Web Maps, and I don't know what else is beyond that. I offer that list partly to be cute, but really more importantly, to say managing that number of different information sources that don't talk to each other is difficult. And it's difficult not just for community development. It's really every one of our departments struggles with making sure that we each get the information we need, but also that we're able to communicate with one another in a timely fashion. And that just becomes a lot to manage. So how does that play out in real time? Well, just simply from an efficiency perspective, in one department, we process about 2,000 permits a year. About a third of those require some kind of hands-on review. Each one of those, and from 2022, that was about 645 permits. Each one of those permits requires easily an additional 2 hours of staff time to go track down the property information data, to go track down the assessment data, to go track down deed record research, track down the history of permitting from a septic perspective, a public works road access perspective, a building permit perspective, land use perspective. Each one of those takes time. So we figure easily it's 2 hours of staff time per permit. Doing the math on that, it's most of an FTE internally that we spend every year just tracking down information among that long list of software platforms and paper. And then that, in rough dollars, it's about $130,000 a year. So part of the reason we put the budget package together was, self-preservation. We're interested in, doing things more efficiently, but also we thought it just made sense. The ROI on this is roughly a biennium, maybe a biennium and a half for the entire system. Both the conversation that we're suggesting is an important first step, but also the consolidation of records and the development of a single system to connect all those different sources of information. So why does it matter? From a customer service perspective, it's both efficient, it's transparent, it's consistent. It provides that to all of our customers, not just building and planning, but public works, environmental health, and other partners. I'm going to add natural areas, parks, and events to the list. I see Jesse's here and Tommy. Hi, Tommy. We had a recent example over the weekend of the Shrewsbury Fair. Requires a tremendous amount of coordination for that event. If we had a system like this in place, it would greatly enhance the ability of NABE to get the information from all of us that they need so that fair can successfully and safely happen every year. So that's just from a customer service standpoint. From an internal staff support standpoint, really for recruitment, retention, and best practice, the next generation of employees expect these kind of systems. They want to work in an increasingly electronic environment. From an interjurisdictional governance standpoint, we aren't able to coordinate with the city of Corvallis, for instance, in ways that the city would like us to coordinate because our systems can't talk to Corvallis' systems. So when you think about the urban growth area, we have an agreement in place that requires coordination between the jurisdictions. And I think we do as good of a job as we're able, but we would be able to do a much better job of coordinating and then also handing off kind of those properties upon annexation if our systems were equally matched. And in early conversations with the city of Corvallis, Paul Bellotta and his team have expressed strong interest in coordinating with Benton County, perhaps even as a shared investment. So I flag that as kind of like where we could be going with this. And then last but not least, there's kind of this long list of other benefits, and not the least of which is our ability to communicate with the board. So being able to tell you what we've been doing and how well we've been doing it and how efficient we are with the time and resources that you invest in our department will be greatly enhanced with a system that can kind of spit out some routine reports, tell you what you want to know about how we're doing. Also, just from an e-readiness perspective, a system like this will greatly enhance our ability to use some of the emerging tools like electronic plan review, electronic inspection reports, possibly eventually remote inspection, remote inspecting. So, saving trips to Lobster Valley, for instance, or North County, where we don't need to be on site for every single inspection. Maybe perform every other or every third inspection. And then just from an archiving and public records perspective, having a consistent way of collecting and recording the decisions that we make, the permits that get issued over time, we believe would be a tremendous asset, something that we can access at Benton County, but local governments can access it. Citizens and members of the public can access that record and really understand, what's going on in their neighborhood and on their property. We haven't been able to. So the idea here is that to start a conversation of this magnitude, which is not small, and it will reflect a shift in culture, to help us begin to move down that path successfully and inclusively with all of our partners, we think it's important to begin with a third-party convening conversation, someone who doesn't have a stake in the outcome, but who can help us all kind of understand our collective needs, and then begin to assess what kind of system or systems could meet those needs. We think it's an important first step. So.
And I just want to add to what Darren was saying, again, he did a great job in terms of illustrating, from a community development perspective and a lot of the needs, and certainly he's looking out from that standpoint. But this is really, again, meant to be a broader look. And certainly, I know we want to help Darren in terms of getting to meet his needs, but there is an opportunity here to bring other departments together. And I know oftentimes it's like, well, one system doesn't solve everything, but when you're building systems or you're buying systems, you can also be thinking about interconnectivity. So it doesn't mean that it all has to be housed in one place, but oftentimes when we do it in silos, we buy a system and then they don't talk to one another, or there's nothing built in to allow them to talk to one another. So there's a really important IT presence, obviously, in all this as well. So I applaud the effort to really, this is a little bit different way than at least what I have witnessed in terms of our thinking, is to look across everything as opposed to maybe just in one particular department. And I think that's why it really needs to come from this particular office as a high priority initiative.
This is something I've wanted to see for a long time. We're already doing better than we were when I first started as a commissioner 6 years ago. There's a lot more communication across departments, and with co-location of many of the departments here in this building, it's much easier to do that research rather than having to travel across town to do it. But there's a huge delta still to go. I think there's a lot to be gained. I love your list of benefits. There are still some costs involved, of course, with any kind of, platform change and the learning curve for staff. And so I'm looking forward to having that robust facilitated conversation so that we can actually get a sense of both the benefits and what the downsides might be, and how we might phase this in. I think one of my concerns is that, when we talk about resilience, there's strengths in that centralization and having all elements be able to talk to one another. But there's also risk in having too much centralization and having too much information in one system, right? Without redundancy. So that's something that I would want to consider is how we make sure, if we have that kind of centralized system, that we have an ability to protect against too much concentration of valuable, critical information in one place. I know IT thinks about that all the time. So, but I love the idea of also having the ability to have the regular metrics come out of this kind of a system and be able to see as a board of commissioners, and for our budget committee to be able to see increases in productivity, increases in efficiency, and just how we're doing in terms of customer service, working with all of the folks across the county. So, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to address one point. I don't know that we're necessarily talking about a single repository for information. It's really more the connections between the information. So we don't have a set kind of goal in mind other than improving the connectedness of the information.
Mm-hmm.
So, from a resilience standpoint, which I strongly support and understand and agree with, if it's in paper somewhere, for instance, it makes it really difficult for anyone to access. And so then you have to kind of question, are we actually resilient? If, for instance, we forget which box we stored it in the upper archives in the warehouse over at Avery.
Well, I think that the landfill situation and our waste management history is a very good case in point,
Yeah,
because it's
right.
taken hundreds of hours to reconstruct that history from a land use perspective. And that should not happen again.
Right, agreed. Here. So,
Let's see. Earlier in your presentation, you talked about 2,000 permits per year, and then that turned into 650 that needed.
yeah, so I think we're at like 18 or 1900 is about our average. So we're just under 2,000 permits a year for the last several years. Many of those are already automatically generated. So mechanical permits, electrical permits, plumbing permits, those qualified contractors can pull a permit for a project, and that just happens automatically. So it's already sort of stored in the system, about 2/3 of those kind of smaller routine permits. About 1/3 of them, though, require some kind of research, whether it's land use history or property or deed record research. And that's when we start to accrue a lot of staff time. And I know we're not alone at community development. So I kind of gave you our slice because that's the one we're familiar with. But our colleagues over at Public Works, Engineering, Surveying, I know do a lot of the same kind of research, or sometimes ask us to do that research on their behalf. Same thing with environmental health, septic permits, site evaluations. Those require a substantial amount of hands-on document research. We oftentimes have to, it's nice because we can walk across the hall now to talk to records or assessment, whereas we used to have to, either phone in or drive over from Avery. So we have made huge strides. But that's where it becomes really time consuming. And I say it's a couple hours. It can be a half a day or sometimes a full day of research to know whether or not a proposal is actually authorized or has been authorized over time. What I didn't mention is every time we touch another system or ask for other information, that creates either hours or days or sometimes weeks of delay for the customer on the other end. And so that's harder to quantify, but I know we have a lot of room for improvement. But that's what we're talking about, is about 1/3 of the building permits require hands-on research.
Okay, and on the proposal, what kind of timeline? Yeah, this is the budget.
Yeah, so this $100,000 is in the budget. Like Darren said, I think we both would anticipate a third-party facilitated contractor that we'd have to go out for some form of bid. I think, what's really important in terms of the next steps is really convening and communicating clearly with all of our departments. So we have the health department, we have records and elections, we have all the ones that were named, and really making sure that we all understand and we're a part of really creating this plan. So that would be, in my mind, sort of the next steps that we would go, and it would be a joint effort in creating that RFP, if that's the way we do it, or a proposal for work. But I think we all agree that it would need to be like a third-party facilitator. In this work, I think we kind of saw it as 2 stages. I think Darren called it in this pop. There was a phase 1 and a phase 2, or a step 1 and a step 2. And I think first was sort of more of the facilitated, getting the idea, but then really framing it up more in the second stage, as I see it, is more of the system. So it's like, what is the need? What is the business requirement, if you will? And then how do you start to frame that around the system needs? And again, IT will obviously need to be involved with us. And I think this is overall, I think this is a great opportunity for all of us really to work together and on a joint initiative. And I think that's good in itself. So timing wise, Obviously, this being carried by this office, we'll have to find, some staff time. I'll probably end up working on some of this in terms of getting it going. Obviously, I consult with Rachel in terms of how she would like to see that managed from the Board of Commissioners office going forward. So those will be discussions her and I will need to have. But certainly I can start sort of the preliminary work, and by the time she gets here, we can kind of just think about what the next steps and who's in charge of certain things.
Okay. And I'm, even though I'm kind of a paper person, this just makes sense. Versus, well, we always do it this way. And I think this is a great example of, okay, and it got us this far, but it's not, it's working less and less well going forward. We need to do something. This just makes sense, and I like appropriate departments being included, and then, Corvallis, because we share space with them, and Loma, and having records more accessible to the community. Just the list of positive features is not quite as long as the list of software. Actually, earlier that. Could you pull that again?
Whatever you'd like.
Laser fish. I like that. That'd be a good name for a rock band.
Laser. That's phase 4.
So.
That's not funded yet.
I look forward to this project moving forward.
Thank you.
So, yeah, I will just add on my support for this project. At first, I was, kind of disappointed we couldn't fund the whole policy option package in the budget, but I actually think that this way is going to work better, because first identifying, the issues and the deficits and the gaps is going to give us a better idea of what we need to then spend, invest to solve those problems. When I first became a city councilor with the city of Corvallis, they had recently undertaken a similar project, and I think they saved at least $500,000 in 2 years, it was determined. So, it's definitely worthwhile doing for all the reasons you stated.
Yeah, thank you. I want to come back to the timing conversation and also the phased conversation, just to kind of put it in context. So I think, and we need to have the conversation, but I think this facilitated dialogue is probably about a 6-month project. It's not hard. It's just a matter of giving a third party time to kind of have the individual conversations with the departments, and then pull us together for a robust dialogue. That's not that difficult. And I think most of us are on the same page. I don't want to speak for the other departments, but I think most of us understand generally the need. Then the third phase was going to be getting all of our documents in one place. The good news is IT is already, I think, a step ahead of this whole project with the data lake. So in some ways, phase 3 is already well on its way. And then phase 4 was going to be the investment in construction of an actual system, whatever that needs to be. And so that's where the bulk of the dollars lands there. But I think we're kind of, in some ways, we're already moving in some really good directions.
And just to connect the dots for the board, and thank you, Darren, for bringing up the data lake. And I do agree that is an important component. As a reminder of our discussion last week and the CIP, you might recall that there was a permitting project that was part of that. That was not, it was in the 4th priority, but as we all talked about, we did not say no. We just obviously can't make commitments at this point. So to Darren's point about 6 months, timing wise, it might work out to where you allow that to go. And as Commissioner Wise said, it may change the scope, the way that you want to approach this. We don't know what we don't know. And then at that point, maybe hopefully it all aligns, the stars align, and we would be able to maybe think about that in phase 4 of that investment.
I think I'm always a fan of giving a little bit more time for the change piece than we think we need, because change can be hard. And, really listening to our employees and their concerns, and taking those to heart and making changes if we need to, because in order for this to be successful, we want everybody on board.
So I would say it's a great project, and probably the saving money part is the icing on the cake, or, I mean, there's a lot of benefits before you get to the, investing money and then saving money and staff time when you're scrambling with the staff you have. That's a large impact, and making your operation more efficient and getting the turnaround time down that keeps the community happy or happier. And and this approach, I think, phased and probably makes more sense than, okay, we need 500,000 or 600,000 to get this done. Not quite sure what all's involved, but so I think probably with a $100,000 investment, and then gets clear what the true costs are. And like was mentioned, Corvallis may be interested in being a partner in this effort, and so the phased approach allows for that kind of partnership to develop.
Thank you. So we mentioned Corvallis. I should also just mention, we already do permitting in a lot of records keeping for Philomath, Adair Village, Monroe, and frankly, for all the unincorporated communities as well, because we provide direct permitting services. So in a lot of ways, I think this benefits pretty much everybody in Benton County. I would be remiss if I didn't say thanks to Shannon and give her a chance to speak. Sorry, Shannon. For not letting you jump in earlier, but Shannon has been instrumental in helping us do the legwork and figuring out some of the cost benefit. So anything you want to add?
No, I think we're covering it. Good. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yes.
We know who
We're the real brains of the operation out there.
That's right. Yeah. So, and we should probably say, the investment in a community development program specialist enables us to do this business modeling that we weren't able to do before. And Shannon has been super helpful.
And I should say Shannon writes a very good policy option package. So she did a great job in really outlining this. So appreciation, because always refer to it. So thank you.
Any other questions for us today? Any other suggestions?
I think the main thing is that I'm really looking forward to Rachel getting here and having her engaged and involved and figuring out, as you mentioned, Rick, from a staff capacity standpoint, how we move forward.
We administer it. How do we, again, because it really does need to be coming from this office as a high initiative. Community development is a player, but one of many players. And so I think that's why it's really important to come from the top here.
Yeah, we would not have put it forward if it was a single department effort. In fact, it would be a failure if it was just this department. I just want to say it will require partners, and we welcome that other feedback input.
I probably don't have to say this, but I know none of us want to see this get to a certain point and then just die or sit around. So, being mindful of keeping the momentum and not spending, we want to do the legwork right, but not spending too much time and money on the legwork versus moving forward.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, next up, we've got a couple natural areas, parks and events. Do we want to take a short break? These next two are right together.
I would love a very short break.
Okay. 5 minutes. However long that is.
Just tell me and,
Just
advance.
These came right out.
Oh, wow. You said they'd be here soon. You were right.
Yeah, I put some in the water. I also need to hand something to all three of you for you to look at and let me know if you have any concerns. Journey to Oregon, but she wanted me to check in.
Something
You don't understand.
Resume our meeting here, and we are on item 3.4, exotic animal ordinance. And Tommy Douglas and Jesse Ott from Natural Areas Parks and Events.
That's us. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome, those of you who haven't met me yet. I'm Tommy Douglas. I'm Executive Director of Natural Areas Parks and Events. Jesse Ott, amazing Deputy Director. When I started about a few months ago, a couple months before the county fair started, I was told two things. There's two things you need to do. There's one thing you need to learn and one thing you need to do. First thing you need to do is you need to hire a fair manager because fair's coming in 3 months and, otherwise we're not going to have a fair. So we made that happen. We hired the amazing Jeremy Martin. And then second, I was told you need to learn everything about the exotic animal ordinance because when the process that folks went through to both develop the ordinance and the resulting product has really brought a lot of contention in the community and that there's a lot of discussion and that it's an item that may come back for BOC discussion and that the current ordinance was seen by a lot of folks as not really being what anyone wanted to get out of the process. So here today, I think I'm here to get some direction from you all, see what we want to do next. I find out where the interests of the BOC and the community are in this area and just offer what expertise I can give you. I've had a lot of conversations, of course, with Vance, Oregon Department of Agriculture, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and even this morning I just checked in with Oregon State veterinarian just to see if there was anything new in terms of policy we need to know. And folks have really given me, the only consensus about this issue is that it's deeply complicated and also very, very important to the people that care deeply about it. So today I'm just sort of hoping we can find out what you guys think is the next best step and what I can do to support that.
So you want to primarily hear from us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm happy to start out. I was on the board when we first adopted the exotic animal ordinance. I stand by the intent of that ordinance, which was to preclude traveling animal-based exhibits or circuses that involved extensive travel for those wild animals. And especially, and the exotic animals, that definitional stuff gets messy. It's because of the nature of constraints and the cruelty to those animals.
Right.
It was never our intent to interfere with any 4-H activities, any fair activities, any rodeo activities per se. I know the skunk has been from the rodeo because of it, because it fits within that ban. So I would like to see us modify that ordinance so it's more functional and workable, but I still would like to retain it because I believe in the that core value of not welcoming those kinds of animal acts that involve mistreating animals that are living on the road for the benefit of our entertainment.
I too think that, I guess going into this, my hope was to retain the original intent and spirit of the ordinance that we have, but in a way that's much more workable and understandable for our staff and for the public.
Yeah, I'm concerned with the original ordinance. A lot of discussion about, well, if you don't keep it, then you want to mistreat animals. And that's absolutely not true. And I think it, false narrative or however you want to describe it, that the ordinance has caused the original ordinance, considerable problems. Horses were included and, oh, we didn't mean to, but it's in there. So I appreciate the Fair Board efforts. I think it's been a couple of years now trying to, they stood up a work group trying to bring stakeholders together to come to a more workable ordinance, and sometimes it gets lost in the discussion. This ordinance doesn't just apply to the fairgrounds. This is a Benton County ordinance. Several years back, the Stingray, traveling Stingray exhibit, I think it was in town on Monday, and somehow in the Latin nomenclatures, well, you can't have those. And even though that had been run past county council, who apparently is Latin isn't quite what it should be. And so they couldn't stay at the fairgrounds. There was, I think maybe more concern on the folks that were worked on the original ordinance to get them out of Benton County. They needed a place to go, and the people that were concerned with the ordinance apparently weren't as concerned about, well, what do we do with them? I mean, we had a plan, I think, set up at the fairgrounds. They need water circulation, and it was, I thought that was unfortunate, and the timing, they were already, I'm fairly sure they were part of the program. This is what we're doing at the 2019 or relatively recent fair, but the objection didn't come till a couple days before the opening of the fair. The exhibit was already here, and just so I am tending towards what the work group from 2 years ago. Is that correct? Is that 2 years ago, the work group?
2019.
No.
Oh,
more
sorry.
recent.
Work group, 2020.
It's 2021.
I think that's correct. With emails, you get different dates, but a couple of years ago. And I guess and it had a pretty good range of people. Lynn McKee from the fair, fair board chair, Chintimony director, Brad's reptiles, and learned a little more about Brad. I guess one concern, I haven't met anybody that doesn't want to take care of animals in this whole discussion. So it's a question of how we get to that goal. And so my seems like if my information is correct, we are more than likely adopting a new ordinance. We're opening up the process. I mean, there's the original ordinance, but we want to modify it and turn Latin into English, which I don't know why that wasn't done in the first place, and not 5 years later. But so I would, I guess my starting point would be see what the work group came up with, and that was a collaborative effort. OSU Extension, Heartland Humane Society, and because of 2 years ago, some of the people that were involved I think are no longer heading up those organizations, but they were involved in 6 or 8 meetings, monthly meetings to kind of hammer out a replacement ordinance. Jesse, I know you weren't there. Do you have any insight on the work group and their, what they came up with?
You know, I can say, I just know that they put a lot of work into it, and it was a pretty wide breadth of, you know, expertise and experiences.
Okay.
Okay, so I thank the work group for all of their work. I know a lot of time went into that. The main concern that I had with the product that the work group came up with was the reliance on the animal control officer out of sheriff's office, and just, you know, coming to the realization that our sheriff's office animal control officer doesn't have that expertise or bandwidth to do that.
And I would also like to say that my other concern is that none of the original advocates for the exotic animal ordinance were included in the work group. I know that it's been very contentious and finger pointing about why that was the case. But any kind of process going forward needs to include both Fair Board members and the community of folks that were strong proponents of this ordinance in the first place. Because as I say, it's not that we expect people to treat animals poorly, or that we, you know, are accusing people of doing so, but the nature of those traveling exhibits, the very nature of those exhibits means that those animals are contained and constrained and treated in ways that is not beneficial to the animals. And we had significant protests out at the circus the last time the circus was here, animal circus, over several different events.
When was that? Sorry.
When was that? Back probably 2017, 18. Yeah. And so that, it's been a while, but there is a significant voice in the community that feels very strongly about it. So I see the modified ordinance approach as achieving both objectives. I don't think again, there was never any intent to affect any of the core activities of 4-H or rodeo. And the horse issue was an oversight. So plain English, clear processes, clear communications, clear understanding of how, you know, what exhibits are being planned, discussion with other community members in advance. You know, there are a lot of things that can be done to remediate the issues and the challenges that came up, but we didn't put any process behind the ordinance. That was, you know, for the fair to do at the time, now NAPE. And so we need to, I think, invest more in how any ordinance works. And I agree with Nancy. I don't think that, I know that our animal control officer doesn't have the appropriate expertise. And the state and the feds don't do much in this space. There is not much staff effort expended on enforcement at either level. And I think that, you know, we just want to share our values in terms of animal treatment.
All of that. And just one thing I want to interject. This is not my first round at animal ordinances. I encountered this when I was at the city of Eugene as well. And what I discovered then was that, one, they're wildly complicated and difficult to enforce, and we had no enforcement mechanism, which is why my electeds asked us to step down. But secondarily, I also learned in the process that no other county in this state had, because we originally went to Lane County to say, should it be a county ordinance? If we're doing this, there's the Lane Event Center and there's other areas to consider. And there's no other county in Oregon that has an ordinance currently. And when we talk to folks, it's specifically about issues of enforcement, and also that there's overlapping jurisdictions, and that there is a mechanism to make reports through your local sheriff's office to the Oregon Department of Agriculture. My question would be, and the one that I think I want to ask from everyone is, what is the problem we're trying to solve? Because we're solving a problem, I feel like we can come up with a really efficient solution, and there's other things we can do. There's programs and policies just simply by not booking circuses at the fairgrounds. We're gonna cover, I'm guessing, a huge portion of these concerns. And that's already a practice that's in place because we can't facilitate large animals at those fairgrounds, not safely and carefully right now. It's just not the right thing for us to do. So I think just some clarity around what we want to solve for and how are we going to actually enforce this? Because I wonder if putting some dollars and time into BCSO and maybe training an animal welfare officer and giving them some specific training about identifying and or an identification line. People want to call and make reports. They're concerned about something. Maybe that's a mechanism where we can actually solve for what's happening and stop some of that. The policy, I think it's absolute policy, amendments are awesome. I just think, and I think we can come up with something that works for everyone. I just really want to know what those lines are and what are we trying to solve? What problem we're trying to solve,
Sheriff, did you, I saw you locked on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I can certainly train Deputy O'Neill to handle these things, but her bandwidth is such that she just she wouldn't have the time or opportunity to commit them necessary resources to doing these types of investigations.
Yeah. And that's my concern. I mean, if we have an ordinance that doesn't have enforcement.
That was gonna be one of my questions. The ordinance mentions enforcement is initiated by citation. So I was looking.
That would have to be animal control to cite? Yeah.
So I guess I'm looking for a history. Has Benton County ever done that?
Great question. Do you know, Sheriff? Have you ever?
I apologize, I can't hear.
Have you ever cited any animal ordinance outside of a domestic animal? Like, is that a thing that happens?
I have no idea. I'd have to research that.
Okay.
I know that when you go to Adair or Monroe, they issue the citations that we provide them to issue. The average citizen can issue a citation if they want to sign it and go through that process.
Right, right. I think there's lots of room for us to perfect this if we want to stick with what we have and amend. I think that some clearer language, some language that also, it's funny. Can't believe I'm actually gonna promote some Los Angeles policy in Benton County, but hang out more here with me. When they talk about their exemptions from the ordinance, I think that's really important. Who are those folks that are exempt? Because we have a lot of folks in Benton County that are, breeding different kinds of animals, that are, involved in wild mustangs. Brad from Brad's Reptiles is here, Chimtimini Wildlife Refuge. There's a lot of places where there's a lot of gray area. And so I think language that Los Angeles language is legitimate conservation related programs or presentations, because it doesn't rely on them having a permit from the Oregon Department of Agriculture, because some organizations and groups don't quite fit or qualify for a permit. I just would throw that out there, that maybe that specific, also how we clarify the exemptions, that's going to be really important, because we want to leave room for education and conservation. I worked at OMSI, and I assure you our policy would have gotten in the way of OMSI programs, because we had stingrays involved in our programs, we had small crocs, and I think they still do in some areas. So, I know that's the unintended consequences we don't want to overlap into. So that would just be my advice from the staff perspective, from what I've heard and what I've learned, that if we amend, like, those are the things that we really need to make sure that we're not causing undue harm for no reason.
I would be happy to have another working group formed that included the original proponents of this measure, and to see whether we can come up with more clarity on goal and achieving it. I think it's going to, there probably will be a multiplicity of opinions, but if, there can be joint work that actually comes up with alternatives for us to consider, that would be great. I'm not very comfortable with where we are right now. And again, it's the traveling animal exhibits I'm not a big fan. Yep. Stingray tanks. What's the mortality rate on those stingrays when they are touched and touched and touched and touched? That's a lot of stress on those animals. I'm not comfortable with that.
Fair enough.
So I will say that I'm okay whether we amend this ordinance or if we come up with a different ordinance. Just for me, I would like the intent to still remain the same, which is to, as Commissioner Ojro said, prevent those traveling animals shows. And of course, I I think they're fun when I go and I see them, or I've seen them in the past. I think it's fun, but the reality is there's a lot of harm that's done in the background and that's not okay. And so I know this is a very contentious issue. That's why it's at the Board of Commissioners. That's our job, to provide leadership and make these policy calls for our county. And there will be people who are unhappy no matter which way we go. My concern, I mean, theoretically, I like the idea of another working group. Just my concern is that what is that gonna get us more than we already have? I feel like there's such contention on both sides that I'm not sure people are gonna work well together. And one group's gonna want one thing, the other group's gonna want another, and we're gonna end up in the same place. So I just wonder, I mean, we could consider that, or we could consider staff taking a first shot at it and then asking for public comment on it, or.
Yeah, that isn't, and also an approach I would feel comfortable with, as long as we have a clear and structured process that's well communicated to the broader community.
Like staff take a stab at it, share something with you, and then share with community and get community engagement, or do community engagement to develop said policy?
I would say take a stab at it first if you are comfortable with that.
Pretty comfortable.
Okay.
That would be my.
I got this guy right here. He's
Well,
this guy, he knows it all.
That's what
Not
I'm
the
gonna say.
biology, though. I think you need to biology.
That's
Fair
what I was
enough,
gonna
fair enough.
say.
He is not a biologist. He's a terrible herpetologist. He knows very little about. Just
Don't even know what herpetology is.
Yeah. Talk to Brad. Yeah.
What I was trying to say is you have some background in that. Vance has been through this time or two. And I would be hesitant to stand up another work group that pushes this out 6 or 8 months. And I think there's, from your comments, I think there's enough material, enough direction that we can proceed without a large process. It may come out that we need that, but I think having staff come up with recommendations, I think it makes sense. And just,
And would those be about amendment, or a new, or would you like a new resolution drafted? Or amend the current?
personally, I think starting over and having it be fairly short and clean would be my recommendation.
I prefer to retain the original and modify it, but I think that I trust you
I
all.
might be able to do both.
Yeah,
I was just gonna
I
say,
trust
is that
you
too much
all
work?
This is why, this is why you hired me, this
Right.
complicated problems to unsolve them, so I can, unwrap them, so we can do that. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, sure.
And I just want to make it clear for everybody who's listening that this is direction by the Board of Commissioners. So don't, if people have upset feelings, don't get mad at our staff. We're just telling our staff what to do. You can get mad at us.
Well, and a couple comments, the enforcement aspect has come up and then your comment, Tommy, about, well, what's the purpose? What are we trying to achieve? And to me, that's at the top of the list. What's the goal, and making something that's workable. That instead of having something on paper that doesn't work very well. And the other thing that I'd like to mention is the education component. I mean, we don't have a zoo close by, and as more and more people are in town, removed from wildlife, animals, I think the education component is more important now than ever. And So it's a balance and we want all animals treated humanely. I mean, there is
I think we're all in violent agreement about that. I think that's
absolutely.
absolutely the core truth that we have to stand on. So we all care very much about animals and their welfare and they're well treated. So I think that gives us a really good basis. to stand on.
Okay.
And the one piece left, yes, I would love to spend some more time with Sheriff and talk a little bit about enforcement and what options are out there. And, you know, I know everything's about resources and we don't have enough for anything, but maybe he and I can be creative and come up with some process that can be simplified and maybe in partnership with Oregon Department of Ag, an easy citation handoff or something. I don't know, but we'll work on it. We'll see if we can find a way to make it actually doable.
That would be great because out of this discussion, that's one of to me, one of the takeaways is, well, okay, you have something on paper. How does it actually work in the real world?
I miss anything, Jesse? Anything else? Anything else you heard that I didn't throw in the world? Okay. Right.
All right.
Good job, guys.
And Vance, you didn't have anything?
The only thing I just want to, this is, you three already know this. This is more for folks listening, that any ordinance that is amended or enacted only applies outside the city limits of Benton County and our facility, which is the fairgrounds. So this isn't, you know, within the cities. City of Corvallis would not be subject to an ordinance. City of Albany, Monroe, Paloma, et cetera, Adair.
Does the city of Corvallis have any?
I do not know.
They do not.
I do not know.
They do not.
And, you know, like I said, I think that's just something we can't address, but I just want people to be mindful that if there is a traveling animal show that comes across the bridge and stops in downtown Corvallis, you know, our ordinance won't reach them.
That's okay. That's their
jurisdiction. Exactly.
No, I appreciate that because just, well, how does this work? And I think I said it applies to all of Benton County and all except for Corvallis.
And Albany. Yeah, it doesn't apply to the cities. You know, and you know, that's not an insignificant component because as we all know, the vast majority of the land outside of the cities is uninhabited, it's rural, it's forest, or it's farm. So
Right.
there's not a whole lot of actual property that this kind of ordinance would actually touch.
Okay. And that's helpful. I mean, just because there's been a lot of discussion about the reach and what who this applies to and who it doesn't. And so clarity would be very helpful. Thanks for the great discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Leave Jesse here with you all.
Oh. Okay. Next up, 3.5, Parks Board update on Jackson Fraser Boardwalk effort.
Hey, well, everybody, I'd like to introduce our Parks Advisor, Natural Areas and Parks Advisory Board Chair, David Smith. He's been, our chair for over a year now, and been on the board for a long time. He's served on various Benton County commissions for almost 20 years at this point. So no stranger to Benton County, and he comes to us with a lot of help, engineering background. And so, you know, the Jackson Fraser Boardwalk is definitely an aspirational project. You know, it's a challenging project. It's one that has deep community roots and real grassroots. And I think, you know, this project really, for a lot of the folks that love our natural areas and parks, this is a big priority. And something that they've been talking about for a long time. And so we've had some ups and downs with the project, and you know, and really our goal is just to collaborate with our community and eventually make this thing happen. So I'll turn it over to David for his report today. And if you have any comments to start with, David.
Well, thank you very much, Jesse, for the introduction. I have a report that I've prepared for you, and I intend to just read it into the record today. I have hard copies of the report. I'm sorry that it wasn't completed in time to be included in your packet, but these can be distributed if you like.
Sure. Thank you.
This is a report to the Benton County Board of Commissioners regarding the Jackson Fraser Boardwalk project prepared by David Smith. That's me. I'm chair of the Park Advisory Board. As I'm sure you're aware, but to set context, the Jackson Fraser Boardwalk is a much-loved element in the county park system. Built in the late 1990s by volunteer labor for unknown costs, the uniquely designed floating boardwalk successfully provides all sorts of people with over a half mile of easy walking into an otherwise inaccessible landscape. Long recognized that the treated wood structure built without a foundation had a limited life expectancy. Afrana, acting on behalf of the Frankel family that originally built the boardwalk, has been diligently collecting donations for years in anticipation of supporting the boardwalk's replacement when the time came. That time came in 2021, and NAPE staff initiated a project to replace the boardwalk. They had an intern, did some research, and estimated that $1.2 million would be enough to build an improved, long-lasting boardwalk. The design concept was to build a durable, vandal-proof, fully accessible, ADA accessible boardwalk that would last 75 plus years. NAPE did not want their successors to have to rebuild it again anytime soon. The idea was to do it right for the long haul. The design was based on steel piling foundation and a cast concrete support structure and decking. This concept was used to apply for a matching grant from Oregon Parks. NAPE estimated that it could come up with $600,000, and with the state match, the project would be fully funded. The state agreed and the grant was awarded. This is historical information that I think that you're aware of. And this is a scenario that NAPE presented to the park board in the summer of 2022. I personally had little knowledge of the boardwalk project at that time, but understood its importance and vigorously encouraged the park board members to support the project in order to meet the ambitious timeline of completing a new boardwalk in 2023. We, the park board, took this on as a legacy project worthy of our time and financial support. A cooperative plan was devised with Afrana, where NAPE would take responsibility for the technical design, and Afrana would run a fundraising campaign to meet the need and the schedule. The first questions we asked in September 2022, a year ago, were about what we were building and how much it would cost. However, other than the text of the grant proposal, there was little supporting data. Most of the fundamental steps of project design and budgeting had not been done. NAPE had no engineering drawings of the existing boardwalk, no geotechnical information regarding the wetland soils, no dimensional specifications, and no engineering support. All they had to go on were a few conversations with design build vendors, a GIS map, and some internet research. It's a strong testament to the attractiveness of this project and Jesse Ott's powers of persuasion that he was able to win the state award of $600,000 with so little supporting data. So late last summer, the Park Advisory Board learned that between Afrana, County CIP, NAPE in-kind contributions, and the state grant, $1.2 million was lined up to rebuild the boardwalk in 2023. The next questions were asked were about the structural design and engineering support from County Public Works. Of course, NAPE is a small department with no internal engineering or project management staff. The NAPE director at the time, Lynn McKee, had no relevant expertise, and so only Deputy Director Jesse Ott and Resource Coordinator Adam Stebbins could work on the project. I was dismayed to learn that Public Works engineering was not involved. They could not assist because of a work backlog created by the pandemic. All they could offer was a little help with permitting. No design engineering, no drawings, no cost estimating, no project management. We intend to build a 25,000 square foot structure to last over 50 years in a harsh environment. I have an extensive professional background in capital project design, budgeting, and management. Details matter. A project of this magnitude cannot be successfully planned and executed without engineering support. Seeing the need, several park board members stepped up and worked with NAPE staff to more fully develop the new design criteria and prepare a Class 20 budget estimate. Afrana set out to build a fundraising campaign, but of course needed to know the gap. It became quickly apparent that $1.2 million would not be enough. But could it be done for under $2 million? NAPE conducted a vigorous effort to develop a budget by hiring consulting engineers, refining the design criteria, and talking with an assortment of suppliers, contractors, and other boardwalk owners. By March 2023, earlier this spring, we had developed a Class 20 budget estimate of $2.7 million to replace the boardwalk. This was a shock. We had less than half of the needed funds. The Afrana-led campaign would need to secure another $1.5 million. They were game to try and worked hard on preparing the campaign, wanting to be well organized before publicly launching the effort. At this time, last spring, it was apparent that the first step of the project, demolition and removal of the old boardwalk, would have to slide until after the county fair due to the lack of NAPE manpower. Please recall that NAPE Director McKee had resigned months earlier and no replacement was in place. The new schedule, with completion pushed back to fall 2024 and the funding gap, were presented to you, the county commissioners, in late March 2023. You all encouraged NAPE to continue. There were, of course, many other important issues in front of the BOC and the county last spring. You don't need me to remind you of the pressures you were under prior to the May election. NAPE continued to refine the technical design and work with Afrana to build the funding campaign. However, Afrana is a small organization made up of volunteers with little experience in raising funds for capital projects. Although this is a worthy project with many strong selling points, it soon became apparent that the funding target was too big to meet. And Afrana withdrew its support for demolishing the boardwalk in 2023. The park board agreed. In June, board leadership met with Jesse Ott and Tommy Douglas to discuss next steps. We decided that a reset of both the project management and funding strategies were necessary. This is a NAPE project that must be led and driven by NAPE, not by volunteers and consultants. Afrana cannot be the primary fundraiser. They should not be counted on for more than $500,000. NAPE and the county must find funds elsewhere to fill the gap or do a different project. The Jackson Fraser Boardwalk Replacement Project is now in limbo. NAPE is diligently moving forward on technical design in order to be ready to place purchase orders this winter with key suppliers for summer 2024 delivery. Holding to this schedule is essential to maintain compliance with the terms of the state grant. Otherwise, we will be in the awkward position of not being able to accept the state funds. To do so will require the county to fill the gap, find the money. There must be a way. This project is too important. There are ways, but the county can't keep hoping volunteers will figure it out. County leadership must take charge, and so far, frankly, it hasn't. Why did this happen? What's brought us to this point? It is quite simply a failure of fundamental management. The original grant application should have never been submitted. The NAEP department lacked the ability to properly plan the project, and no one else recognized it or stepped up to help. The time taken to fill the NAEP director position was unconscionable. Jesse Ott's performance over the last couple of years has been amazing. He's accomplished many remarkable things in the short tenure that he's had, but he's not superhuman. County leadership did not give Jesse Ott the resources required to be successful on the Jackson Fraser Boardwalk project. Benton County has not emerged well from the pandemic. From my perspective, this administration is still suffering from long COVID. The disruption caused by isolation and loss of key personnel are having serious effects on the remaining staff's ability to perform and on their motivations. I do not come to this conclusion lightly. I've been observing the inner workings of Benton County as a volunteer on advisory boards and special committees for nearly 20 years. In my early years, I would frequently remark to others that I was impressed with how efficient and effective the county was at getting things done. I was an enthusiastic supporter of staff. I could see the various departments working closely together to conduct projects by sharing skills and filling needs. This cooperative culture came from the view that everyone shares in success. The Benton County team at your service every day, more than just a slogan. Not long ago, Public Works, Parks, and Community Development were all housed in the Avery Building. The public health people were always engaged because everything is related to public health. There was a culture of cooperation. Managers and key staff knew each other and what they were working on. They were not just colleagues, but friends. It was easy to go across the hall to get the help finding answers. Now that culture has been damaged. COVID, retirements, relocations, and resignations have changed things. Relationships have been weakened. People are working in silos, remotely. Key staff positions have been left vacant for way too long. Many feel overworked and underappreciated, and the result is that parks can't get the help it should have, and did back in the good old days. Fixing this culture, rebuilding team spirit, should be a high priority for the new county executive and this POC. A good place to start is with how projects are implemented. Leadership needs to encourage managers to work more closely on developing solid project plans and costs. All capital projects need engineering support. Departments must have budget room to request and receive engineering assistance as needed. And Public Works must have the capacity to give it. In spite of a near total lack of internal engineering support, NAEP is closing in on having a shovel-ready project. We have used 2023 county CIP funds and Afrana donations to advance the technical design and submit land use permit applications. We have a class 20 budget that's been adjusted to $3 million due to inflation, with about 150,000 of that already spent on planning and engineering. We've retained a structural engineer to provide certified construction drawings, And another consulting engineer is finalizing the detailed layout of over 500 deep pilings, 8,000 lineal feet of substructure, and 25,000 square feet of special design features to sub-centimeter accuracy. This final design will soon be used to write bid specifications and RFPs for the 4 critical contracts needed to supply the materials and construct the new boardwalk. All this is on pace to happen this winter, so we can award contracts in the spring and break ground next summer to comply with the terms of the $600,000 grant from State Parks. The project's ready to happen. All we need is your assistance, your assurance that the funds will be found to pay for it. The boardwalk in the Jackson Fraser wetland is a rare gem. At a time when access to nature is vital to public health, its loss would be unforgivable. The county must find a way to fund the project. We on the park board regard the boardwalk replacement as a legacy project. Building an improved boardwalk capable of providing full, all-season public access to this remarkable place will be an accomplishment worthy of a great deal of civic and government pride. The people of Benton County value their parks. The boardwalk is probably the one that most people value the most. It's close to many, accessible to all, and lets us visit a truly wonderful place whenever we want or need to. NAPE has designed the new boardwalk to last for many years, many decades, maybe even a century with the right care. And I believe it will get plenty of tender, loving care because it's so well loved by the people that live closest to it and visit it nearly every day. Here, certainly, is a beautiful piece of wildness, a place to teach us about change and how ephemeral nature is, a place to get lost in, a changing fragment of the past, a living museum, classroom, laboratory, a peaceful place where one can take refuge from the hassles of everyday life and gain inspiration. And a place close to the settled landscape where one can celebrate and wonder about the diversity of the natural world. People must tread softly here. We need space to wander with leisure, to sit, to watch, to listen, to learn. Bob Frankel made that observation 25 years ago when he led the cooperative effort with the volunteers and the county to build the first boardwalk. It'd be a terrible shame to lose the boardwalk now. The boardwalk project is in limbo. We desperately need you, commissioners, to get involved and lead us to a decision about what to do next. Should we keep pursuing this design in hopes of receiving funding? If so, then what's the schedule? Don't make staff keep investing resources on a shovel-ready project that will never see a shovel. Or should we start over with a new plan? We can cancel the current state grant, then reapply around a new, smaller, more affordable project. Or should we spend on repairs to keep the existing boardwalk serviceable? What nobody wants is to keep spinning our wheels until the boardwalk is condemned. Rebuilding the Jackson Fraser Boardwalk is something that will make everyone feel good. It's the win that this BOC needs and our citizens deserve. Regardless of what else happens, you'll be able to say, at least we saved the boardwalk. And Joe Taxpayer will thank you for it. Do the right thing. Find a way to fund a new boardwalk in 2024. But if that's a bridge too far, then please lead us to the answer of what to do instead. Thank you. We'll take questions.
The first question that comes to mind is, well, thank you, first of all, for this very well thought out bit of testimony and putting all the history in one place. It's been a painful process. I agree that that initial proposal should have been submitted without engineering. And the grantor was frankly not doing their own due diligence. So this is maybe a real obvious question and it's probably been pursued already, but can we extend the grant? And what do we know there? Or do we have a real firm deadline at this time?
Right now, so with the state, so a bunch of proposals were made to state parks. And so our granting authority, what we initially wanted was to phase. What we wanted to do was take the funds and build half the boardwalk with the same in-kind work. Of course, what they came back with was that would cut the funds in half, and the in-kind donation doesn't really get us anywhere. So in the conversations with them, we proposed a couple options. We can give the grant back, and we wanted to know how we are with standing. And they said we had ranked #1 with this project. They said they have more funds than they've ever had before, and we will rank very high again. Doesn't really change a lot as far as, unless we can bring new funds or something new to the table, though, because we would end up essentially with the same amount of money, minus the engineering work we've already done. So it would be better, because that's in the can. Third option was to do 4 6-month extensions to give us 2 years, 2 additional years. That brings us to 2027. And the question for the board, maybe, what are your thoughts on, because I think, the real risk is that the boardwalk would be torn out. That would be our in-kind work for the grant. That removal is on us. And so if we take it out, it brings us 2 years worth of other CIP cycles, other legislative sessions. It brings us several more years of grant possibilities and more time to solicit donations. Afrana is an awesome group. We're so lucky to have their support. And but this is a big deal. They've never done anything like this before. And so, the fundraising, I think we were overly optimistic. And like I said, this is a very aspirational project. And we knew it was a push from the beginning, but we didn't realize quite how much it would be. So that's where extension is a complete possibility. And there is also the possibility of talking to the state saying, we haven't spent their grant money yet. We've spent county CIP money. And so we could come back and say, we're returning the grant. We'd like to reapply with readjusted numbers. We also have the ability to keep going with the extensions. And so kind of wondering if anybody has any thoughts on that front, because it can be a little challenging for us to kind of predict what'll happen in legislative CIP cycles and stuff afterwards, since we don't have other specific grant targets that we could use, that we are aware on that level.
You mentioned that they said they had more money than they've had before. Do they still have a cap on the amount of dollars that they would provide, or do we have opportunity to get more of the project covered?
Yeah, we could go for more. I think $3 million is a cap.
And what's their match requirement?
50.
And this is state parks.
Yes, this is the local government grant.
Okay. And seems to me that you'd also be eligible for ODFW's, can't remember, recreational.
I think you're correct.
Grant.
Yeah.
As well, although their limits are very small.
Yeah.
And I do think that this is a project where we can bring in additional money through our congressional delegation or legislative process, just not on this timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
I know you've also worked with the Benton Community Foundation. Right?
Yeah.
I think that continuing to work with them is also a good idea, because there are donors in the community that may be able to contribute in a bigger way.
Yeah.
We've had good support from everyone we've talked to in terms of supporting the fundraising campaign. It's just a campaign of this magnitude is rather complicated to put together.
Yep.
And there's also the broader story of tying in with Greenbelt Land Trust and the Owens Farm project and the connectivity of trails throughout the region there. And piggybacking on top of those sort of nonprofit organizational efforts. Because the citizens don't care who owns the property, they just want to see the facilities. And so, there are ways to go about it. There needs to be a concerted strategy, and there isn't one. And it's time that, before we move ahead with just kicking the can down the road with extensions, we need to have a strategy.
So I know that there was a planning grant awarded, I guess, to Greenbelt for the overpass.
There was.
And so obviously there needs to be some thought about connectivity between the boardwalk project and that project. Is that built into the current engineering design?
No, it's not. The boardwalk project is a standalone replacement of the existing boardwalk on its existing footprint. The trail from Jackson Fraser to the Owens Farm crossover point has not been laid out. There's a sort of a conceptual idea of where it might run, but that's a different project.
Yeah, if you remember the conceptual trail plan for Owens Farm, it has a little jaunt kind of right between the city property and the wetland that goes there along that line until you get over toward the railroad for the crossing. And so that's just been a sketch that we had our consultant Jeff Kruger for the Owens Farm project put together. And but now it's kind of on the map as a potential elevated walkway, potential path. So that has not been sussed out at that point, but we know that that's an area where we could make a connection. Yeah.
But the replacement of the boardwalk itself would just be a spur off of that connected trail.
Thank you, David, for coming and providing us this information and for sharing your concerns and frustrations. I think we have some lessons learned here. At this point, though, it doesn't do us a lot of good to focus on that. And the pandemic, we all know what the impacts were of that. So I think, finding places where we can agree and move forward is a great thing to do. I think we can all agree that the boardwalk is a valuable asset to our community. In your letter, you said you need assurances that the funds will be found to pay for it. I don't think we can sit here today and tell you we will 100% find that money. I will tell you that we are trying. Commissioner Malone and I went to Washington, D.C. We talked to all of the congressional delegates. It was well received. As you heard earlier, we are planning to continue asking for money. So it is a priority for us, but perhaps maybe not the number one priority in the county. I appreciate your advocacy. You're the chair of the Parks Board, right? That's your job. You're doing great. You're saying, hey, don't forget about this. Our job, though, is not just the parks. We have the entire county. You mentioned that the boardwalk project is in limbo. We have all kinds of projects that are in limbo. So it is a lot to juggle. So, but
I understand, and I don't mean to be overly critical. And I don't want to dwell on blame or cause or how we got to this point. Just want to be sure that, for the record, we have an understanding of what has happened. And now really what we need is direction on how to proceed. The staff has spent a lot of time on this project, and staff is really stretched, as all staffs are, stretched very thin. And so what we had agreed on with leadership in NAPE is that we would get the plan in the can, that we would finish the technical design around have a truly shovel-ready project, which we hope will indeed support the fundraising effort to have a project that we can, that has all the details sussed out on it. The problem is that to do that, we need to work closely with potential suppliers. We need to understand costs. Inflation continues to change things. And so keeping momentum going is increasingly difficult without a timeline on when this is going to occur. So if indeed your direction is to say, yes, we will find the funds, we just don't know when, that this is going to be a down the road thing, is there a possibility of looking at more creative financing types of situations that would allow us to move now when we have the momentum and we have the support from vendors and suppliers, we have staff deeply engaged to go ahead and move forward with this in 2024 as we planned, with the idea that some sort of bridge loan will be required in order to pay for it when that it will indeed be built, that this must be replaced. And so that's the decision that's before us right now. Is this going to eventually be built or no? When we need to go back and regroup on a different project. That's the guidance we need. Because we can't just keep spinning our wheels.
I would like to say that, yes, I would like to see it built. You know, I can't sit here today and say, let's reopen the budget process or, you know, find money that we don't have for it. But I can tell you I'm interested in the project moving forward.
Well, I would hope that after this meeting that there would indeed be an internal strategic decision made about how to proceed on both completing the technical design and projecting when this is a timeline for implementation.
When is the next grant cycle?
January, it would be due in January.
And then we wouldn't hear until
Next,
June.
yeah. Next winter.
Yeah.
We wouldn't really hear it. Last time we heard around November almost.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that would definitely buy time, but the condition of the current boardwalk is not getting any better and prices are going up. But thinking about it, it might be the best option. Turn back the money and then reapply, because indeed, we didn't have all the information.
Yeah.
when we first applied. And we have much better information now. Thank you for all the engineering work that's been done. And that would also give us that time to pursue other funding sources to make sure that we could make the budget whole. And I think if it's worth doing, it's worth doing right, which means planning for that 50-year time horizon and planning for the connectivity with the other work that's being done by the larger partnership. And I think that that's a very good rationale to, you know, to do it right so that it truly is a linked system.
Jesse, remind me the total project estimated costs right now.
We're nearly at 3 million. Yeah, it kind of fluctuates, but yeah, 2.7 to 3 million, I think is the number that we've floated back and forth.
Yes. Yeah, we're looking at 2.7 million is what we came up with in March. And that was based upon vendor quotes and somewhat of a fleshed out engineering design, still some uncertainty in there. It included a 20% contingency as part of that, which I think is prudent for the level of knowledge on this particular project. And then, but that was for 2023 construction. And so inflation, we went back and just added a 7% inflation factor for 2024 construction. You see that we were still hopeful of getting this thing started now.
Yeah.
You know, that we would be in the middle of it at this point, that we would have written our contracts with our vendors and suppliers. And that was what the $2.7 million budget was based on.
So the $600,000 is secured right now, but it's possible that we could get up to maybe a $1.5 million grant if we reapply it at a 50-50 match, correct? Obviously, and I appreciate what you're saying about a cost. We definitely see the cost increases. Hopefully it's flattening a little bit. Okay. But if we were to have to fund it today, we would essentially have to come up with their entire $2.4 million probably.
Yeah, I think, because the money, the 10 or 11, 12 people with $100,000 donations to Afrana haven't come out of the woodwork just yet. And that's not easy to pull off. So they're talking to the right people. I know that. But to do that, it's a challenge.
There's a pretty good assurance that we would get this money though, if we reapply. I mean, obviously, we're number one.
Yeah. No, they love the project. They see especially all the matrix for diversity, equity, inclusion, some of the natural resource stuff. We're way up there. The education component is pretty big because we have so many schools that do their projects out there. And so on all those fronts, we rank pretty high for them.
Do you, sorry, I was gonna say, do you want to, as our Chair Smith suggests, kind of have some internal talks and
well, I think, you said very well, obviously, from a budget standpoint, we don't have any, money baked in. I mean, there's always financing strategies that we could talk about.
as far as like the reapplying for the grant, I hesitate to make that decision today.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Commissioner Oger was saying, I think from a strategic standpoint, I mean, that's a lot of money to, we could gain, $900,000, nearly $1 million. That's a ton of money to be able to gain. And if we have some reasonable assurances that we think we can get the grant, that feels like the right place to go. In addition, it buys us the time to get, our resources maybe put together. As we all talked about, one of the things that wasn't said earlier in the CFM discussion is that CIP, we have gone through that process, but there are still, this project also was another one that was priority 4, as you might recall. So that gives us time to find out if our other needs are met. Those dollars could become available to you. I know it was $500,000 that you had dedicated. We also have both the state and federal processes coming up. So feels like that would be the right decision to make, is to move forward with the reapplication of grant and really try to leverage that money. I don't know how well it will bode well for us in the state legislative process, being that your Parks and Rec is already giving potential money, so that might not be as lucrative to trying to get more dollars, but we still have the federal option, and we can also, there's some thoughts I have in terms of some other things.
Yeah.
A couple thoughts. David, you talked about the momentum for the project, and I understand that, but it's, I think that gets caught up in the need for time to secure funding. And I can't today or probably in a month say, oh yeah, okay. I don't know where it's coming from, but go ahead. I think it's interesting that the funding on if we reapplied for the state parks grant, that, see if I got this right, apply next January and find out late in the year, November, or something like that. The timeline for congressional directed spending, the example was what we did this year, put it in March of last March. We're still moving forward, find out in a month or two when Congress works their magic and passes a budget, dollars would be available May of 24. So slightly more than a year-long process if next year is comparable to this year. Back to hate giving money back. And so I would rely on you to let us know how good an idea that is, but just put the grant in originally and had some rough idea of cost and wasn't accurate. And I like projects that are ranked number one. I think that shows you've done your homework, great project. And so I'm comfortable saying, let's proceed and have some faith that good things will happen if we apply and the local fundraising. I think you can say you have good support from the county proceeding. We put it in last time as one of our 7 asks from Congress, and we got 3. So we can hopefully in a couple months we find out those are funded, and then look at moving up the projects that didn't make the cut. But just talking with Michael Skipper this morning, I mean, it wasn't an extensive conversation, but he was quite encouraging. And from what I know, he knows his business. I don't think he would just be giving us happy talk to make him look good. And we have the opportunity in a couple of weeks when he's here to grill him on just, you know, how good a project is this, how hard should we be pushing on it, and who should we talk to? We have the Senate side and the House side, and just that kind of strategy. So this is a great project, and has been mentioned. I really like the connections with Owens Farm. Good Sam hasn't been mentioned, but they're a partner on the west side of the highway, and then connecting to all kinds of other McDonald Forest. And so I'm not sure how much of a benefit that is on securing funding, but it can't hurt that this is a piece of a much larger outdoor trail system.
Yeah.
So I wish that I could say, yep, let's go forward. David, every project I'm involved in takes much longer than it should. And that's apparently the nature of the beast. But that we will do what we can to keep momentum going. How engineered is this? How far along are we? I mean, it sounds like if you're talking about materials, you have a pretty good idea what the project is.
We do now. The contracts we have with Udell Engineering and with the Conklin Structural Engineer will allow us to have all of the bid specifications ready here within within months. We will be ready to write to put together bid packages, to write full performance specifications, supply specifications, and go out for RFPs first of the year. By Thanksgiving, we should have draft RFPs ready to go for the 4 primary contracts.
Yeah, and
But we're not going to issue them, of course, unless we know we can pay for it.
And our permits that are all good for a minimum of 5 years are all in. So we're all set for that.
That's huge. Getting all the permits again.
It is. It is indeed. And we've learned a lot through the permitting process as well, how things have changed.
PSL of the
We
court.
underestimated the burden there as well, of course. But yeah, working in wetlands is complicated. And so that was part of where the CIP funds were invested, was in getting consultant help on permit preparations and understanding the regulations. So we can have this plan in the can, have this thing really ready to go with the bid specifications, the RFPs ready to submit. We can, that's where I think I would like you to endorse us moving ahead to that point, so that we are complete, that we have indeed a shovel-ready project, a truly shovel-ready project that we can flick the switch as soon as the funds are available on. It won't be 6 months later. It'll be tomorrow when you say go. And I would like us to get to that point, and we can get to that point by the end of the year.
What I know of funding opportunities, the more ready you are with the project, the more likely that the grant or the earmark will be approved.
But without the assurances that we will be ready to move ahead, though, then that plan will just go on the shelf for 2024. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. The plan will just sit until we get your authorization to proceed.
Yeah, so, and that's what would have to happen if we turn back the money and resubmit it. So the only other option I see is applying for the sequential 6-month extensions. And that's risky. It's up to 2 years, and we might have money at the end of that, but we probably need money sooner if we started sooner. So that's my concern. So I think it's just a risk balancing, and goes back to those probabilities.
You lose a lot of dollars too.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're extending, you're only keeping the 600,000, right?
Right. And it's a lot of work for staff to keep doing the extension.
So feeling like we need to finish up all of the design work and be completely shovel ready and reapply.
Makes sense.
I would agree with that, with the caveat. I mean, Jesse, you're the ones on the front lines, and so we're relying on your the situation that, it's a risk, but maybe not a big risk.
So I guess my question is, what is it going to take to get to that point? What needs to happen? Do you need more money for that?
We're using the Frana donations to finish the engineering.
Is there a way-
We are.
That's correct.
So we are constrained by like staff time. Is there a way that we can use some of that money to hire outside technical assistance?
We already have. That's what we're using the money for. We don't have any internal support from an engineering perspective. So we have 2 consulting engineers. We've actually had 3 consulting engineers, counting the permitting, wetlands permitting consultant. We've had 3 consultants that we've had to hire in order to get us to this point. And get us to the point where we will indeed have a complete plan ready to go. Then we'll have to probably internally do some budget updating.
Yes.
That's going to take some time, and we've had some very cooperative vendors that we've been working with that have helped us understand our restraints and our requirements. It's hard to keep, they're losing some patience, they're anxious to know what the time frame is, and of course this will be a competitive bid project. We have some preferred vendors that we've been working with, but we'll open that up to a wider field, of course, when it comes time to issue the RFPs.
Well, as far as talking to vendors, you might mention that Cost of the project is close to tripled from the original plan, and that's trying to find the resources to fill that gap.
Yeah.
Like you said in your testimony, the project has good community support, and I think that makes it fairly easy on my part to support it and try to figure out. I'm on the CIP committee, and a $500,000 ask, and I think we appropriated about 1.7 million. So it was just out of scale with what we were able to fund. Initially, there is a reserve, and like has been mentioned, this project is on the list, but I think we funded 1 through 3, and this is the fourth tier. So, but it's there.
Good to hear that. And indeed, there was that kind of support.
Yep.
Yeah.
Are we on the same page? Understandings and moving forward, or?
I just want to clarify that indeed your support is for the original project as envisioned, as opposed to an alternative reduced scope project.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and if Jesse and Rick can work together to really firm up decision processes, make sure we're headed in the right direction. I also think that when it comes to any of the private donor fundraising, it would be helpful, if it would be helpful to involve any of the commissioners in that work, please call on us, because I know that showing firm county support makes a difference.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have the Afrana fundraising effort has been suspended at this point. And we need, I guess, we probably, and I frankly do not, Mike, after going through the experience and observing what we did here over the last year, I think that it's unrealistic to expect Afrana is going to be able to come up with more than $500,000. And I think that that's a more realistic target than $1.5 million.
Yeah.
For them. So, and I think that that's doable. $500,000 is realistic. And so we will going forward. Well, that includes what's already been contributed. I mean, there's 300,000, I think, has already been raised.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they could get, 5 or 6 major donors. That wouldn't be a shock, but beyond that, so kind of a greenbelt level fundraising effort. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that if this is indeed your direction, that there's really not much point in us reinitiating that Afrana effort until there is a better perspective on where the balance of funds is going to come from. Because people, the donors will step up if they think that it's just a matter of getting over the top, as opposed to seeding, below 50%.
Thermometer.
Right.
United Way.
So once we get up to that, I think that we should advise Afrana to remain on hold until we get up to that 80% level or so. And then ask Afrana to see about helping us get the rest of the way. And so that would mean that the Afrana effort will also be on hold next year.
Question. Have we had our contract grant writer who works primarily with the housing and homelessness work help at all with any private donor foundation fundraising?
No, I don't believe so. You're
I
talking
think
about
that,
Libby.
yeah, Libby Wasecki. I think that that's another potential area for support. I can, especially given the accessibility, equity, diversity, and inclusion aspects of this boardwalk and the science end. I think that it is a solid prospect that way, and that might be another piece of the puzzle.
I also think to go a step further, we have some contracted support too that does the prospecting.
Yeah.
Along with CFM, of course, but if we want to maybe more scour the local type foundations, et cetera, maybe that's opportunities.
A quick example of a project that took a little longer than anticipated, the Oak Creek to Sheep Farm evacuation route. Part of the reason for bringing that up is I think there's 4 separate entities funding that. And not quite as large a project as what we're talking about here, but important, and it could have been, should have been done last year, and it's being constructed as we speak. So it's just a little bit complicated, but the multiple funding streams example, I think, is something to, I mean, we're already doing here, but that works. And often takes, that's the only way to get projects.
I think we'll take money wherever we can find it. right?
Yeah.
We'll take money from wherever we can find it, from however many sources. We'll provide.
Okay,
Thank you so much, commissioners.
thank you.
Thank you,
Really appreciate the update.
You're welcome. Thank you for the guidance.
We're in 20 minutes. 3.6. Yes, 3.6, approval of annual membership renewal notice from Albany Chamber of Commerce.
Do we have a liaison to the Albany Chamber of Commerce, by the way?
Not formally, not like we do with respect to the Corvallis Chamber or Plymouth. They're very different.
What benefits are we getting from a membership?
Discounted ability to go to their events, which is, and, I have not been to one for a while.
I don't think I've ever been. to
I've
one.
been a handful of times.
Okay.
I've been to one or a couple,
Yeah,
but probably
pre-COVID, yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much it costs.
$723.
So it's not a lot.
Yeah, I'm not opposed.
I do, let's see. That's not, okay, voluntary contribution, good government council, add 50, okay. Sorry, first I thought that automatically added it, but it did not, so that's fine.
Well, I guess I would say if we do renew, maybe try to figure out how to be more engaged. And
yes.
Get something from our contribution.
I look at the program regularly, but lately they have not been particularly pertinent, so.
I would, yeah, if I could get on their email list, that.
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Yeah, I will say, in the past, well. Never mind, okay.
I would move that we approve our membership in the Albany Chamber of Commerce.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Does that work, or do we need to say anything about the dollar amount?
I think that we should just check in on, when we do our regular commissioner check-ins, on who's attending and whether or not we can, there's someone who can attend their meetings.
I'm like you, I'm glance at the emails and see the event and haven't seen anything that I thought was worth going to.
Yeah.
But I mean, that changes.
Exactly.
To event.
Yeah, and I need to pay more attention and find out where they are now, because in the past, they seem to be a little political.
They are.
And I would say their politics don't really align with my politics.
Mhm.
So that's part of my concern about
Yeah, I would.
money and.
I agree. Their government affairs approach is very different. However, I think that maintaining and building relationships is also very important.
Okay.
Well, and maybe we could get some guidance from Mayor Johnson and as far as it would be good if he showed up to this event.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes email descriptions of events don't
Mhm.
really tell you much if you
Yeah.
don't have any background.
It's a good suggestion. And as the Albany liaison, I'd be happy to reach out and ask Mayor Johnson if he would help me refine our attendance
Yeah.
strategy. At least give us a heads up about what we really want to be there for.
I mean, we all get so many emails and blah, blah, but some kind of guidance from somebody that's involved would be helpful. Okay, now our 3.7 CAMI grant from the DA's office. Are you handling that, Rick?
I can if you like,
Or I can do it.
or if you.
Oh, okay.
I received a request from Jody Robin over in the district attorney's office. And Jody is with us, by the way. She hopped on to answer any questions. They are applying for their routine CAMI grant, which is the Child Abuse Multidisciplinary Intervention Grant from the Department of Justice. And the DOJ is now requiring a letter of authorization from the Board of Commissioners, allowing the district attorney to have signing authority for the grant application and pertinent documents. So basically, the request is for us to authorize the district attorney to have that said signing authority for the Child Abuse Multidisciplinary Intervention Grant.
And the DA's office has prepared a letter that would essentially authorize that coming from you, from the chair. So with your approval, then that will be forwarded to you for signature.
Can you send it to us now and I can read it? Because I don't.
I can send it.
It's
I've
not
got
to
it
vote
open.
on things that
I've got it open.
read
You got it.
or had any information on.
It's coming there.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry.
This is analogous to what we've done for the VOCA grant, the Victims of Crime Act grant. And then this came up, I guess it didn't come before the Board of Commissioners, but just a couple of weeks ago, because we also have a delegated signature authority for those grants with a letter on the file, because DOJ likewise wanted to have that in writing from the Board of Commissioners. So
Typically,
Should have-
and this is from the state requirement that they're asking for this authorization, because technically our department heads are able to apply for grants that are reoccurring, which this is, but special
I'm
circumstances.
sure it's, legitimate and well needed. My policy is not to vote on things that were not on the agenda and that I have absolutely no information on, so. But I will take a look at this real quick.
and Jody is here if you have any questions.
Well, and this is a routine, done it before.
It's a reoccurring grant that we have, so it's just the requirement for us to give authorization for the DA to sign.
So do we have any, documentation of that need other than just this?
This request,
Like, do we have the request in writing and why?
no, we do not have any of that. This came as a late item. I did run it past Vance. Vance said he saw no problem with it.
He's got no problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's timely. I mean, there's.
Yeah. Jody, do you have anything to add?
Hi, Commissioners. Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here to answer any questions you may have, but yes, this is this grant occurs every 2 years. It's been ongoing for, gosh, at least 15 years, if not longer. And John Haroldson is the chair of the MDT for child abuse and has been for a long time. And he's always signed these grants in the past, but now they're requiring this letter of authorization. So it won't change any of our process. We just need authority to do so.
I suspect it has arisen because in some counties, there is a significant difference of opinion between a district attorney and the Board of Commissioners. And so they now want to have some acknowledgement that the district attorney has the authority from the board.
And the county budget or the county grant is in the budget that the Board of Commissioners adopted. So.
Any other questions? If not, earlier, Zan, you made what sounded a lot like a motion.
I move that we delegate signing authority to the district attorney for the child abuse multidisciplinary intervention grant from Department of Justice.
We'll second that, but I'm also going to vote no on principle. It's not that I don't support it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion carries. All right, next up.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, commissioners.
County administrator update. Interim county administrator update.
So, Mr. Chair, so I know it's been a long meeting, so I won't go on for too long. I guess the first thing I say, hey, it's day 8 and I haven't broken anything yet, so that's good news. Yeah, I just jinxed it. So, but again, very excited for Rachel's starting in the first part of October and doing everything I can to just make sure that as she comes on, the things aren't, there's no forest fires, there's no issues happening. So that's really one of my top objectives, to make sure everything is still continuing to run seamlessly. So I have been engaging in a lot of just catching up with department heads, making sure that I understand the issues and making sure that there isn't anything that we're not planning for. So everything at this point is going along well. I have met with Rachel a couple weeks ago in relation just to various items, and I'll continue to meet with her and keep her updated of things that might be out of the ordinary. So I will be sure to do that. In terms of just sort of some general updates that I will provide for you, and some of this crosses over into my CFO portion, so I apologize, but I'm sure one of the things that you might be curious about is the courthouse and how that is moving. It is continuing to be a process. We unfortunately did have our meeting canceled last week, but we're looking forward to a meeting on Thursday, which hopefully we'll have, the state was working to try to get agreement to the design that they have been putting together. So this is the work that we've talked about, kind of stepping back to reprogram. I think it's safe to say that, well, I shouldn't say that. It's a for sure that, based on our current analysis of the square footage, it's over budget. So that means we have to really then start having thoughts about how that gets reduced. And I think, certainly the state is prepared for that. But again, it's been a long journey on that, and I'll keep you updated, but we're hoping here by the end of September, we would have a little bit more idea of where things stand. Right now, we're hopeful for a March breaking ground, but that is still clearly depending on our agreements here. Good news, cost escalation does seem to have stabilized a little bit. So hopefully some of the estimates that we have for cost escalation will be signed. So again, I'll keep you posted as we move forward, but at this point, still optimistic.
On that, a couple of weeks ago, you You and Zan met with Rep. Rayfield.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I think it was a good conversation, and Speaker Rayfield was very, again, caring and wanting to certainly support us. I think, one of the things that I wondered a lot about is, state resources and the availability. I think he is very optimistic about state resources. So the idea of cost maybe isn't as concerning at this juncture. So
anyway.
Yeah, now, exactly. So we said, well, that's great from the state side, but the county is, still in this situation. It was an interesting, quick conversation, although I don't know that this would go anywhere in relation to the 50-50 split. I learned something new that day, in that it's not, I thought it was built into the statute, is actually more of a programmatic rule around the 50-50. So it could be different, but clearly he was appropriately saying that, that would set a precedence if you were to suddenly say, okay, it's a 60-40 or something like that. And
It's 55.
yeah,
It seems like we're at the stage where a couple percent gets us back to even, or gets us to the funds that we have.
sure. So, but I think, he definitely is there to help and support us in any way we can. I think we want to try to get through this month as it relates to getting a clear idea of where the state lands on this preferred model, and then how far are we able to get down. And then at that point, if we're still out of budget and there's still resistance on making any further cuts, I think we'll have to have a conversation. I think we were pretty clear that, we may have to consider other options, and looking at a different approach if we can't get to agreement. But I think he was, he heard us and certainly was supportive.
I think he heard us and was frankly very optimistic. My only caution to him was that whatever we do, it again sets precedent for the entire program, and there are plenty of other counties behind us. And, but they don't have the same connections in the legislature to the speaker that we do. So,
Maybe we're just demonstrating a need that everyone else has too in the state.
It's true.
Should maybe think about.
It's true, but just eyes wide open when making decisions, and it's not only the legislature, it's also the, Oregon traditional department that has to be cognizant of that what they do here will have ripple effects.
There was an interesting discussion at the Friday AOC Region 5 meeting about this very topic, and that structurally it probably needs to be revisited and updated, redesigned going forward.
That's why I put it on the agenda. Yeah.
And there was pretty good. A lot of nodding with that. An interesting comment from Commissioner Nyquist that getting the 50% money from the state wasn't worth anything, which seemed a little extreme, but just that it's a difficult process and shouldn't be.
Well, it's certainly a different kind of process than we've ever seen. We haven't even gotten into the actual mechanics of how that money will work and sort of the movement of it, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I would say that also he was very clear to say that, the short session is an opportunity and we should be thoughtful about that. It kind of gets back to our priorities and where are we needing help. One of the things that he said, kind of light bulb for me, is that, it's the piecemealing of resources and how you shift from one thing to another to be able to make a project work. And I probably wasn't thinking the same idea he was, but what I was kind of crossing my mind is that even though this is a source of dollars for the courthouse that is through bonds, it doesn't exempt us from asking for other resources that is a different color of money to be able to help and support us if we do find ourselves in that situation. I just put that out there for your thinking, and obviously we will cross that bridge when we get to it. So,
were there any specifics with that? Or?
No, I mean, he was just saying that I think he was encouraging us to be thinking about where our gaps are as we move into the short session and not be shy about asking for dollars. And I think that's the same message you've heard as well.
Yep.
Okay,
We
so
did-
you're not just talking about the courthouse?
Well, I'm talking about anything and everything. I mean, I think that I think it really comes to us. We have an opportunity come probably January, February. Where do you want to?
I would say even sooner than that. I would say by December. Based on the last short session. Yeah, basically, his attitude was he can put, there's more state money for the state share of the courthouse. And if we're pinched for resources, is there anything, that they can help with that would take the pressure off of our discretionary funds? But looking at the list that we looked at previously, I'm not certain that there's anything on that list that would really truly take the pressure off right now. That's something that we need to take a harder look at.
So in terms of just other items, just to, again, the crisis centers, and I think you already mentioned earlier, we're back up and getting close to breaking ground. So obviously some little hiccups that we had there, but I think we've gotten through those. And one piece of actually positive information, we were hearing again some concerns related to cost, as with all construction projects with the crisis center. Damien had reached out to IHN about capital support, and I did see a actually very positive email coming from IHN about potentially putting up some dollars for the crisis center. And again, I know we've considered that a fully funded project, but with cost escalation, it's good to know that there's some support there, because there was some unanticipated environmental consultant costs that we had to take on. So just, good piece of most current information, and that's good to know as we move forward. I think the last thing I guess I would say, just in sort of general comments as it relates to today, again, just really happy with CFM on the federal side. And Michael Skipper is a gem. I mean, he really is. And I do want to just reiterate what he said. Benton County did really well in the federal appropriation. I know, like he said, we still have to get it locked in the bill. And then I think also Congresswoman Hoyle, I think, has proven herself as, obviously she got 2 of those projects. And so when the conversation we were just having here about other projects, I think the more we can get her involved or understanding some of those, that also would bode well for us as we go into more requests down the road, because typically if they can sort of own that project and feel good about it. And so when I was listening to the parks discussion, that sort of was crossing my mind. I don't know where her, where her goals and objectives lie within Parks and Rec, but that might be something to consider going down the road.
Well, and have the conversation with Skipper next month and just try to get some guidance, which project and which elected is the best path forward.
And then just the collaborative permitting project, I want to say again, I appreciate all of your support on that. I do think that this is the opportunity for us to really model something special in terms of bringing our departments together and show that we can do kind of cross-departmental type things. And I will echo this forever in terms of the interconnectivity of systems. I know Darren, named off a bunch of systems, and some of those systems you probably don't have interconnections, but I think that is something we should really be thoughtful about, and it helps us be more efficient. You think about a lot of the duplication that probably occurs across the county and might be able to really help us. So appreciate all of your support on that.
Well, the analogy I was thinking of is better part of 50 years ago, and calculators and just what happened to slide rules and that kind of approach. And no, now we have different tools and we need to figure out how to use them.
And now we have cell phones. Calculator right there.
And then my final comment is just in relation to the last discussion on the parks and the Jackson Fraser Boardwalk. I do think that, you know, the right decision is to try to go after additional state dollars. I mean, that's nearly $1 million. So that seems to make sense. As it relates to thoughts around resources, there's some considerations that we can talk about at some point if you like. I mean, there is always the notion of a bridge loan. I mean, those are things that we don't do those a lot, but you know, if you look at them and you have a resource, a committed resource that could pay, you know, debt service, that's something for us to talk about, consider. Obviously, we'd want to pencil that out and see what it meant. I think also a conversation that we had during the budget hearings was around transit lodging tax and those dollars. And as you know, those dollars are relatively broad. I feel like I'd have to ask Francis, but it feels like that would probably meet the code around tourism.
It all depends on whether it attracts people that are from out of area.
Yeah.
And that is, I know that there are some counties that use some of the 30% share for those types of things. So that is a potential.
So I just put that out there on the table, both not only from a direct resource standpoint, but, you know, I've also talked to you in the past with my other hat that, you know, is there some kind of financing mechanism that we talk about? We obviously can't borrow a lot, but if you can dedicate, you know, TLT to be a debt service piece, maybe that's something to look at. Again, just wanted to put that out there. That maybe those are some conversations that we can have depending on, you know, how you want to approach that. But I think this buys us a little bit of time, and I think there's some possibilities out there.
Yeah,
So,
I think there are a lot of possibilities out there. I think that unfortunately, we backed into a really good project without enough information and COVID hit. Well, we also didn't have enough engineering information to promise that we could have a finished product in that time period.
Because my connection with the project is, oh, we have the money, and then, oh, we don't have the money, and it, really till today, not a lot of detail on what's gone on and just the gap between what we do have that seemed like a nice lot of money, and to say that's not even anywhere close, and the 500,000 from CIP, if we did that, still would leave a $1 million gap. So
yeah, I think the one thing, and I'll certainly talk to Jesse more about this, but I think not only in this conversation, but all of our capital conversations is, you know, where's project management in this? And I'm gonna harp on that a lot. That I mean, I think that we've got a lot going on, and we need to invest our time in good project management. That is, maybe it does mean your budget goes up a little bit, but those are the type of things that keep you on track, because, you know, staff is taxed. I mean, they do have a lot going on. They have the regular job, and how you effectively do that job and also be a project manager. It's a lot of work. So, and these are big investments. So I do think I'll talk to Jesse more about that in terms of their budget. But in everything we talk about going forward, I think that probably should be something.
We have to ask the question. And Adam Stebbins initially was kind of the project manager, but the project is far more complex than anyone envisioned, is my sense, having been around from the start. Without David Smith, it wouldn't have gotten this far because of his personal expertise and dedication.
Yeah, obviously, and you could tell he certainly has a background that really aids that project. Last thing I'll just say is just a lot of thanks to all staff for all they do. Corey, everybody in the Board of Commissioners office has been very welcoming, so I appreciate all the help and support. Again, I know we lost Laura last week, unfortunate, but certainly we're going to try the best we can to get that recruitment started and hopefully get least that started when Rachel gets here, she can, of course, then pick up that process, because I know she's likely gonna want to, have the executive assistants. Meantime, Lindsay is continuing to help me and support me, and we're gonna work with Rachel to get her set up with whatever she needs. She does have obviously access to emails and everything now, and, but we'll continue to work with her to help her populate the calendar in whatever manner she feels best.
Are we doing anything to replace Maura's position at this
Well, I
point
needed to,
or waiting?
my intent is, and I want to talk to Tracy about this, but I'd like to at least get the process
Yes.
moving. And then, but then, once Rachel comes in, if she feels like she wants to either slow it down or stop it or change it, she still has that option.
Okay.
But at least she doesn't have, hopefully 2 weeks, we can at least have that process, and she doesn't have to deal with all the paperwork and all of those different things.
We'll get it above zero.
Yeah, that's my goal, because I think we have a ready project description classification, so it's just a matter of getting it out, but then she can still have influence on that when she gets here, but hopefully it'll save her a little time.
Well, and could give her a heads up now. I mean, send her what the application looks like or the qualifications. And make sure that we'll see if she has any input.
She obviously she'll want to own this process and be a critical part of it, because executive assistant is a key person.
Well, and I would assume she would appreciate getting the process underway.
We'll get her set up well.
Great.
This is Amanda. Thank you for thinking of staff. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Amanda.
Really, really quick, I mentioned this, I think, Commissioner Grillo and I mentioned too. Rachel's wanted to work this project prior to arrival, and she wanted me to make sure to run it by you all. So I just put this handout together. I think I can just hand it to you all and just let me know if you have any questions or concerns.
Is this the one that you talked to Tracy about?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like a cool idea.
Okay, Corey? Oh. Is that it?
Thank you.
Short commissioner updates.
Yes, I have a couple. Number one has to do with the forest trust lands. The Board of Forestry is expected to approve the Habitat Conservation Plan, which has implications to the Forest Trust Land counties. So I talked to Michael Burdick. No, I talked to Brandon Persinger, just kidding, last week. And he had thrown some numbers together for Benton County. So he estimates that our harvestable lands will go down by 43%. Although we don't well,
We only have 8,000 acres.
We only harvest, maybe I didn't write it down, but it was a very small,
Yeah.
like 5% or something per year.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that really is that impactful to us.
It's not a big.
No.
revenue source.
So, yeah, so he said that in 2022, it was by about $800,000, $135,000 went to Benton County. It's the special districts and schools that the rest of it goes to that would feel those impacts more than the county. So that is something to consider. So let's see, the governor's office has reached out to AOC and asked to set up meetings to talk about this and say, just what are the concerns? What are the ideas? If the state was to do something to make you whole, what would that look like? Would it, do counties want to take the forest back over? Do you want a PILT payment? What can we do here? So that meeting is tomorrow. Well, there was one on Monday that was very short notice. And then there's one tomorrow at 1 o'clock to 2:30 p.m. So I am planning on attending that, but.
It's on my calendar too.
Okay.
And, personally, I have no problem with HCP. I think it's really needed because endangered species issues will only continue to percolate. And if we have an HCP in place, then
At least it's just, yep, it's the final say, yeah.
And so I think that the forest management plan implementing the habitat conservation plan is really a critical piece. I'm very grateful that the governor is meeting the counties partway and acknowledging that it is a real issue. I don't think it's as substantive an issue here in Benton County, given that we only have 8,000 plus acres in state forest lands that we receive these funds from. So, yeah, I think if you're the one that's attending, a PILT-like arrangement to me seems like a good idea. I don't think we would not want those forests back. No, they are not, we don't have the expertise. We have some, but, and it's also, it's also in a location that is not very accessible.
Yeah.
And it's not something that I think we should take on.
Yeah, agreed. So yep, just wanted to let you all know about that, and if any staff wants to, you know.
I'll check.
Okay. And then also, so from the AOC governance, what is it called?
Governance and revenue and something else.
Veterans.
And veterans.
Yes. I went to that, or I did it online. Yes,
Mhm.
Governance, Revenue, and Veterans Steering Committee. So the issue of courthouses
Mhm.
came up, and many counties are very interested in continuing the conversation. Past President Murdoch had put together a group. So they are reanimating that group.
Mhm.
And I said, Benton County would like to be involved. I'm not sure who that would be. And next thing I know, I got added to their.
That's fine. I've been the person that's been involved, so.
So I'm happy to send that back to your way, or I can go, or whatever.
It doesn't
whoever.
matter to me. I'm happy to pass it on. That is a task force that gets set up every couple of years in order to work with OJD in order to put together the priority list
Yes.
for funding and to kind of review the queue.
Yeah.
And our main stake in it at this point is, I think, repairs, which, you know, we have been the top of the list priority for repairs for years, and the legislature has not funded it.
Yep.
And B, just sharing our experience working with OJD. And that's where I might have a little bit more of a
Yeah.
experience there, but I'm happy to have you do that and to jump in as you need.
And I can
Support.
let you know as it go, you know, if the meeting goes that way, or if it's on an agenda to talk about stuff, you might.
Sure.
Have more knowledge. About,
Absolutely.
I'll just throw it over your way.
Yeah, I'm very curious about how the district meeting went, but I have some other updates too,
I
so.
think, well, district meeting was good. There was not a ton of commissioners.
Mostly virtual.
Really?
Well, okay, so Heather Buck was there. Commissioner Barr was online.
Roger Nyquist was there.
Nyquist
for
and
part of it.
and Will Tucker were there, and two of us. Yeah, by the end of it, there was like four of us.
Wow.
So for the wildfire mapping, we had a room packed full of firefighters and.
And very few
four-
commissioners.
And 4 commissioners.
That's sad.
And I only had it on my calendar for an hour, and then I didn't realize it was gonna go longer, so I was like, well, maybe I'll sneak out, but I'm like, well, I can't sneak out now.
Yeah,
Well,
that's sad.
Yeah.
That was also virtual.
There were some more commissioners online, but it was specific to our district.
Right.
Yeah, so Lynn Lane and Benton. So I know like Phil Chang was there to just kind
Mhm.
of, some other people just to kind of get information. But overall, Brian Lee did a great job asking questions and getting the information that he needed. The only thing I noticed was that they put Millersburg in Benton County, and I'm like, nope, Lincoln County can just take that right back. I think maybe you
Oops.
need North Albany, I don't know. So,
That's kind of funny.
We might want to check out our options.
anyway, that's how it went.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting how interested AOC members were. We gotta have the information and input, and then fortunately, it was commissioners and emergency managers and
Mhm.
Darren Nichols
Yeah,
uh,
Darren
wa-
popped
was
on, yeah.
online. Because I felt,
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, he was there too.
I was listening, learning, but obviously I wasn't an expert on that
Couldn't see
topic. so,
everyone who was
yeah.
on the online, so.
I listened in.
and in fact, I called Brian the day before and I didn't know that they were in the loop and.
Yep.
Which makes perfect sense, but.
I think we had five.
Oh, yeah, and the sheriff popped on.
Oh, and the
for-
sheriff, that's right, the sheriff did come too.
And it was interesting, so Benton goes first and for some reason Heather wanted to just have commissioners and speaking and I can't remember who, oh, it was staff.
Janet
that-
Nichols, I think.
That said, no, it's a wider group has been included. I mean, the commissioners were the ones that said we want to be involved, but I just felt like I'm not, I know a little bit, but.
Nope, that's Brian's job.
And so he led off the discussion, interesting point. The risk map, is that what it is now? Risk map now has 3 categories, down from 5, low, medium, high. And much of Benton County is low, and Brian pointed out that that may not be accurate and can impact when they're going out for grants.
Yes, very much so.
If you're low, I mean,
You don't need anything.
We have all these other needs and so I thought that was, because from all the discussion earlier is, well, we don't want to be up here, we want to be in the middle. So, and I wouldn't have.
That's been one of my concerns about the map all along, is that I think it lowballs our risk, especially with climate change. But relative to every place else in the state, yes, we have lower risk.
And there was a lot of talk, this is a draft map. And this was the first time this fairly large group who took too long presented. There was, I don't have my notes here, Chris, somebody, professor from OSU had the longest.
No. From forestry, probably.
Yes. Very good speaker, had the material. And maybe he went first. And then a dozen other people got their 5 minutes. It was too long. And
He did go into a very, technical place.
In terms of the data used to map risk, yeah.
well, and I don't know that all those people needed to speak. A lot of people. Literally a dozen and they thought they had an hour of material and it was more than an hour and a half. And this is after a 4-hour meeting. And so I think they'll tighten it up some.
And it's not called the risk map anymore, right? It's called like the potential
No.
hazard mitigation.
It's either hazard or risk, and they explained in great
It's like
detail.
potential
No,
risk or-
hazard or it was, there were 2 words, and I think it was risk and now it's hazard, but that could be.
Or vice versa, yeah.
And somebody explained that there's a big difference in those 2 words that I may have missed. But obviously the fire emergency folks took it seriously. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I should have done a count, but And our folks, Michael Curran and second at Willamette were on a fire.
Yeah.
They weren't there, so. I think it went fine. We were the guinea pigs. I think it'll be a little different presentation, subsequent regions.
They're just calling it wildfire map now.
What's that?
It's a wildfire map,
Oh, there's a,
wildfire hazard map.
yep, hazard.
You sure I saw the word potential in there somewhere?
Somebody caught that. Anyway, it is a draft map. I think that's, well, the chili feed was, chili cook-off was Sunday. Our sheriff rounded up 6 teams. I think there were 28 total in the event, and sheriff's office related had 6, and sheriff and undersheriff were there in costume. If you want later, I'll show you the pictures.
Patriotic.
Almost like a flag costume. So we were well represented, emergency management and Toby were there on talking about floods and that sort of thing. So had a extensive display and so, and perfect weather and I assume lots of people. That was good.
For the Benton County Sheriff's Office group, the BCSO reserves won. Philomath Police Department was the winner out of all the police, and then Rouse Police Department got People's Choice. Obviously, I voted for one of our BCSO groups. I won't say which one.
Football game. We got to go to the football game at the president's booth, and the president was there at the beginning, and then I see her down on the field, and
Yeah, they have her everywhere.
so as far as I can tell, she's doing a great job and under trying circumstances as far as athletics. And
Yeah.
I told her at least she got a year into her, she just had her 1 year. Pac-12 business, Pac-2, Pac-12, pick a number. Got dumped on her plate. I think that's enough.
Since we're talking about OSU, I got invited to the Pendleton Roundup Dinner and OSU celebration in Pendleton by OSU president's office, so I will be going there tomorrow.
Wow.
And we'll be going to Klamath Falls next week, and you are not going, is that?
I am not going to go. I have been having some real hip pain, and
5 hours of sitting.
5 hours of driving is not going to be my friend. After just driving to Salem and back last week to meet Speaker Rayfield, I was really uncomfortable.
Okay.
And I have spent a lot of time on an airplane.
Oh,
Yeah.
Perfectly.
Yeah.
Understand. That's what I was guessing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sad about it. I was really hoping to go, but thank you for going. I really appreciate it.
And I met a new Multnomah County Commissioner at the football
Yeah.
game.
Is it all next week? You're out? Is it all next? week?
No, Thursday, starting Thursday.
Gotcha.
Thursday's a travel day and Friday, Saturday, or, well, I think there's some Thursday night,
Yep.
Friday, Saturday.
So at some point, Pat's calendar share fell off of my calendar, so I can no longer see Pat's schedule. And I cannot see yours, Rick.
I think Mariah is the person to talk to.
Okay.
I'll have all of Mariah fix it for us. I'll have Mariah fix
Okay,
that
thank
for
you.
you.
Or I
It's
can
just,
send her an email.
so it's just, I'll give, I'm surprised I didn't give you guys permissions already, so sorry about that.
No, you might have been, I just, it's just weird that Pat's fell off too. That was
Didn't fall off my screen, still there.
no good.
It's just you don't have permissions to open it. Is that?
There's like no box to click to see it.
No, we just haven't had a share request. You just have to
So
initiate that.
Stephanie Kirst, Joe Kirby.
Well, you can edit some of that. You just double click on it and delete.
Okay.
Or Mariah can help. Okay, well, I can do a quick update. I have had a lot of meetings with community members since we had light meetings this last couple of weeks. My schedule filled up in other ways. Met with community member interested in improving transitional housing for folks coming out of the jail and respite care. Also met with Scott Smith, who's been working on restorative justice programming for Benton County. He's making the rounds, he's spoken to the judges, and we'll be speaking with the district attorney, et cetera. Lane County and Marion County both have good programs for restorative justice. And I'd like to get Scott to come and speak to the board, maybe during one of our info sharing sessions, so he can explain what the opportunity is. He's now working, he was running the program down in Lane County, a part of it. Now he's working for Neighbor to Neighbor, who provides our mediation services contract here in Benton County. And he has funding for this next year to try and develop the program with us. The grant funding that started or that enriched the Lane program came from the Criminal Justice Commission. And it was not funded in this last biennial budget, but evidently that was more of an oversight than it was a deliberate decision. So it may end up getting some funding in the short session. I don't know.
Okay.
So that's, I might see if we can bring Scott in so he can update all of us about what he's thinking about the Lane program and put, how that might emerge here after he's met with other folks in the justice system to make sure that there's support. I also met with one of our, I met with folks from the Benton Area Transit community with John Gardner and Lena Reynolds, who wanted to just express, again, frustration. They're happy with the contract that they've signed, but of course, there's still that delta in service between what Dial-A-Bus used to provide and what BAT provides now, what we're contracting with them for Benton Area Transit to provide for paratransit. And so I told them, and I've told, and also spoken to staff about the fact that in order for me as a commissioner to make any sense out of this, I need to know what that delta is. Where is the gap? What does it look like? And what kind of services is it? And because only then can the Board of Commissioners really engage in any way. And there's still a lot of little sniping going on too. So I expect that there will be some follow-up correspondence there. What I heard loud and clear, especially from Lorena Reynolds, who's one of the most recent board members for Dial-A-Bus, is that she just wants more collaboration to, say not, no, we can't do this, we can't do this, we can't do that, but what can we do? What is possible to serve some of these needy community members? We also have an audit that was just conducted of the service, and we don't have those audit results yet. So until we have those audit results, I suspect that we won't be able to fully respond to any of the Dial-A-Bus board members' questions, because I think there'll be more information as a result of that audit. So anyway, that was last week. I also met with the, I'm blanking on names. The Dean of the College of Forestry, Tom. And I'm just blanking on his last name, sorry. And no, Smith, Franklin, just kidding. And got a tour of the new PV Hall using the mass timber and the instrumentation that they're doing in the building, because the building itself is a research project and demonstration of mass timber construction, and toured the lab where they are studying mass timber products and developing new products, et cetera. So that was very enjoyable, and also talked about forest politics a little bit as well. Just building relationship there. And then the meeting with Rayfield last week, we've already talked about. We had a good time at the, I don't think I've spoken to you, I may have spoken to Pat about it, at the Samaritan 75th anniversary party. That was actually an enjoyable ceremony in their healing garden up at the hospital, and good connections with many of our community partners, and good discussion about the justice system and improvement program and what's next. A lot of interest in that. So I had a question for you all. We have, one more thing, a couple more things. I don't know whether you all have heard that there was a Chamber Corvallis director hired. There's a new executive director that will be starting in November. You two went to the interviews? No, okay.
I think I was invited, but I was out of town.
Okay, yeah.
I was not, I remember the invite. But
Yeah, I listened in on the presentations. There was one very clear candidate that stood above the others, and she accepted the offer made by the Chamber board chair, but they haven't announced her name yet, so I think I won't leave that for them. I did also go to a presentation by MGT Consulting, who's got an 18-month consulting contract with the Council of Governments and Community Services Consortium to do equity, diversity, and inclusion work. And I got my times and places mixed up and ended up going to the COG presentation rather than the CSC presentation. The CSC is the organization I work with more closely as the current board chair, but oh well, a little cross-pollination. And that was quite interesting. They did a great and thorough job starting out with an organizational assessment, starting out with a survey of all staff, had 80% response rate at the COG. And then they did an analysis of all of their policies and procedures to look at equity, diversity, and inclusion issues. And then held some focus groups and interviewed key informants. And then they put that together into a report. We saw the verbal presentation. It will end up in a documented written report. But it looked like a great model for an assessment. I know that that's something we've talked about doing here at Benton County. So I owe Sarah some contact information for these folks, just so she can learn more. And when I see the CSC product, I'll share it with Sarah as well. So that was kind of fun. The last thing on my list is just a letter that came across our desk that I didn't know whether anyone had answered, and just wanted to check in from Annalise Gast about landfill.
I needed to take 24 hours to respond to it, but not yet.
But will you respond to that one?
Plus someone else too. I know her.
Oh.
So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that'd be great. And she does raise the issue of the appeal fee, and that one.
Is currently working on that change.
Good.
Yeah.
So if you can, you are fully up to speed and can address that. So I figured you'd be the best person to respond. That's it.
I have a couple of follow-ups mentioned before. What did, you went to Nancy, you went to the Monroe First Responder.
I did.
And I knew ahead of time, but just, or the Samaritan, were a little bit ad hoc as far as knowing if somebody's going, is anybody going, or are all three of us going? And I'm not quite sure how to coordinate calendars, but just discussion like this and looking ahead and because I think as much as we can have at least one commissioner when possible.
There are at least 3 events this week. There's a Vina Moses benefit out at Limos Winery tomorrow night. There is a CASA fundraiser event at Deluxe Brewing on Thursday night. And there's also a Leadership Corvallis welcome and reception, welcoming the new class for this year on Thursday. So there's a lot going on. I was intending to try to make it to at least some of that, but it depends on recovering from this trip. There's also ABC House Stakeholders Dinner next week. I think that you all got the invitation to that too.
I think I'm going to that one.
I am also, I've already RSVP'd yes to that.
I mean, I just, in general, I try to go to what I can.
Yeah, me too.
And yeah, it's good to
Maybe
know.
that's fine.
Yeah.
But just, the Monroe thing Saturday and if you hadn't gone, I probably would have tried and it wouldn't have fit my schedule very well, as it turns out. But
We like going to that, because like the bouncy house and everything.
there you go.
And the one, I don't know if we got an email about it, but David Gomberg was able to secure funds for their
Yes,
water,
yeah.
system. So
Yeah.
That was celebrated there also.
That's excellent. Yeah. Yeah. You also got money for the Plymouth Frolic
Yes.
stands, so. Yeah, there was also a special board meeting of the Community Health Centers Board on Monday, yesterday evening.
Oh, the special one.
Yeah.
I was thinking, there's one next week too. That's the regular one, but I haven't heard.
Yeah,
any,
I was invited to go to that board meeting, but I was sitting on the tarmac at Austin Logan Airport.
I haven't talked to Lacey to hear how that went.
Yeah.
I'll see what I find.
Are you finished, Ann? Okay. Just a follow-up from our Friday wildfire meeting. It was announced that the Lane County equivalent to Brian Lee, who is apparently well-respected, is moving to the state office. And Brian was very happy about that, the Emergency Management Office has been a standalone division for about a year, and apparently maybe had leftover leadership or whatever the case, needed some new folks and now have, I think there was probably another hire, maybe they moved on the existing people and are replacing them anyway. The state office should be more active and more helpful going forward. But sad for Lane County.
Yeah, sad for Lane County.
I thought you were gonna say Brian's going, that Lane County's gonna try to steal Brian. Can't steal Brian.
All right. Anything else?
That means we're adjourned.
No.